louder. Alright. I believe it should be picking you guys up.
Hello.
Yo ho or yo? Okay. Well. Alright. You know, I'm not even mad at this last one. That works. We left off with you guys resting in a tavern after some things went down. Elben, you notice as you wake up, Plot is not beside you.
Plot is not beside me?
Correct.
Okay, I will attempt to telepathically reach out to him. Is he within range?
He doesn't. Come on.
Okay, guess I'd get up and kind of start looking for him around the room.
As you look up, you see a cocoon directly above you.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Is that like his tantrum state?
Just a growing boy.
I'm mad. I'm big.
Okay. Does it look like I can take that cocoon off, kind of like I did the other one? I mean, I assume he's getting pretty large at this point.
This cocoon is probably like it's gonna be the width of your arms.
So it'd be a pain to move around, is what you're saying.
It would be, but I believe you have bags of holding if you want to put it in there. Up to you. Do eggs need to breathe? We don't know.
Yes. I mean, I guess I don't know about on-keg eggs, but most other eggs do.
If it makes you feel any better, I will let you roll a survival check so you can determine how long it will take for him to hatch.
Okay. How about 5?
With a 5, definitely no Nim. So you just kind of look at it and just go, yep, he's in there.
He's in there. For sure. About what time is it? Have we had a full rest? Or
Yes,
was I, like,
it has been it is a full rest at this point.
Okay, I would like to kind of see if I can push into my mind and try to remember a little bit more about what happened.
Okay, please
in that
give
battle.
me a history check with disadvantage.
Two 8s.
Okay.
For a 15.
As you think on it, you remember the fight got intense. It got scary even at certain moments. Moments where you thought, yeah, I'm gonna die here. And then a moment where you did feel like you did die. And then you felt not rage, nothing more than just the need to survive. That's all you felt. It wasn't anger, sadness, or any sort of like normal emotion. It was just the need to live. and that need of you needing to live overrid the fear of dying. And that's about all you get right now.
Okay. I would like to go find Pandemus.
Hey, go find Pandemus. I have been given from Tyler stuff I can do with Pandemus, so he actually gave me something about you, so it's kind of funny.
Okay.
You walk over to Pandemus.
I assume something not very good happened in our last fight. And I kind of want you to check me out and see if I'm sick or cursed or, you know,
Uh,
figure out what exactly happened.
a blister pops onto the table nearby as he turns to face you and says, "Oh, look." As you see his hands sort of uncurl, there's like slime and like sweat on them as he sort of reaches up to you. And
Sounds so nasty.
he kind of like collapses them around your hands, and rather than your face squeezing, his hands squeezing around your face. So it's almost like your facial pressure pushes his hands back more than he squeezes them in. And he just kind of looks at you, and I'm gonna roll a medicine check real quick. Okay, Pandemus, what's your medicine? It's pretty high, isn't it? A 9.
Surely to God. Just
Got a
a
17.
9?
It's a +9. Got a 17. He looks you over, up and down, and he responds with, "You have no current disease or affliction affecting. But to get a more thorough diagnosis, I would need to delve deeper." And you see him sort of like put his gauntlet on his hand and just kind of like squeezes it like a syringe on his hand, like a doctor putting on like a rubber hand. He kind of
Yeah.
snaps it.
I think that's called a glove.
I couldn't remember. I honestly, my brain is fried.
A rubber hand.
It's
Rubber hand is
it's,
dastardly.
it's a rubber hand.
Oh God.
He can't use his own hand for what he's about to do to you. He needs a rubber one.
Yeah, that freaks me out. Pandemus. Okay.
But then he takes it off the rubber hand and puts it back on his hand.
What exactly happened? Did you see much of?
Ronald, you're in the same room as Pandemus and Elben. Would you like to chime in and kind of explain what happened? I mean, Pandemus will, but you were also there for it, and you're kind of the one that put him down, to be fair. Between you, Xerix, and Pandemus, you guys did the most damage.
Yeah, I'll just let homie know that. You turned into some fiendish looking monster, and Brett, we killed the false hydra in its like little lair, and when we came out, you were in this fiendish form, and you were trying to eat the false hydra, which I think is probably not good to ingest in the first place. And two, yeah, you were some beast, some like little demon, and so I sucked up the false hydra with the sword because it wanted it, and you got really pissed off at me, and so we just started, we pretty much attacked you until you went down, and then you went right back.
See. And so you didn't see what caused me to transform?
I was not around when you transformed.
Okay.
we came out, and me and Pandemus came out of the lair, and you were that way.
Well, I don't recall using my rebreather. That does allow me to transform. And I'm having suspicions that whatever Mr. Ruby did to my body before we got rid of him is possibly having some lasting effects that I was not aware of.
Yeah. You might need to go see a doctor.
Well, that's kind of why I'm here.
Pandemus snaps the glove again.
Pandemus, I guess do whatever you've got to do.
I need you to spin around 3 times.
You're muted.
I need you to spin around 3 times and then drop your pants.
Elben will kind of slowly start to turn.
You see Pandemus begins to write something down on like a notepad.
Okay, then he stops and turns back. Do you really need me to turn around, or?
No, that's it. He walks over to you and he kind of opens your mouth and he says, "This will only hurt for a moment." And he begins to slide down your throat for a minute. He's going to do another medicine check with advantage as you're gagging on his hand.
What could he possibly be looking for?
Hey, got a 26 this time.
Oh my gosh.
You see him reach into the back of your throat and he pulls out a chunk of undigested hydra that was still in your throat. Seems like you didn't fully digest it. It still has some delirium in it with its blood. Tell that much. Alright.
Okay.
He pulls out a dagger. Can I see your wrist?
I guess, and he'll kind of.
He goes to slice your arm. Do you allow this to happen? Because he's trying to get some blood.
Yeah.
I need you to make me a wisdom save. Elben.
An 11.
He cuts you open, just a small slit, and blood begins to trickle out. And then as soon as he goes to try to grab it, it goes back in.
The blood goes back into my body?
Yes. You see Pandemus stay there for a second, and he's like, "I'm gonna have to squeeze it out. Give me a second." And he like tries to like squeeze out some blood from the cut, and you see it like glump up at the edge of the cut, not coming out. He's like, "Have you eaten something that's like coagulated your blood or anything?"
I don't think so.
He finally lets go.
To cut my other arm and fill up a vial for my rebreather.
How do you cut it? With just a regular dagger, or?
I mean, what if I made the sword of blood and bone? Then could I just take some of the blood off of that?
Do you attempt to do that?
No, that's gonna be a spell slot.
I do believe you still have like the ability to make that like hardened, crystallized wand of blood if you want to attempt to do that. That's the thing that you can make without a spell slot. Want to attempt to do that?
I'll summon my wand.
You see blood begin to come out of your cut where Pandemus cut you, and it begins to circle around your hand as you hold out your hand as it begins to try to form. And as it forms completely, it's a little bit longer. It's about the length of a short sword right now, your wand. And when it finally stops, and when you go to like sort of like give some of this like crystallized blood essentially to Pandemus, like break some of it off, as soon as you do, it falls into the vial and Pandemus closes it. You see the blood begins to like spiral around in the vial, trying to find a way out. And then the wand you summon sort of stays there, but you see it still connected to like the vein that it's coming out of.
I see. That's not very cash money. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool, but it's gonna make it hard if we're battling. All my blood just pools around me in the air. Okay, what does that mean? Have you ever seen anything like that? Ronald, have you ever seen anything like that?
Pandemus looks at you and just says, "Personally, no. All I can immediately think of is you have cancer, but I'm gonna have to look into this more."
What is cancer?
Cancer, to be fair, cancer existed back in the 1700s, so it can exist in fantasy roleplay.
Okay.
I'm
What
with
would
you.
I know?
It's cancer.
Does Elben have any concept of what cancer is?
I'm gonna also say you were on a spaceship, so yes, there's
That
limitations.
is a cancer handling.
But I was a farmer.
You were a farmer, but you were still in a spaceship. Like, you know general diseases. It's a non-magical disease. So non-magical
You were
diseases.
farming
You were farming
vegetable
cancer.
tumor.
I worked on the cancer farm.
And actually, if you remember correctly, you did not. You were not a farmer. Based off your dream, you're CEO, remember?
Oh yes.
So get that corrected.
Oh yeah.
But Pandemus begins to sort of like hold up his hands, and you see him beginning to channel magic through the vial from his gauntlets. And as he does, you sort of see like the blood in the vial begin to almost split. Like there's a darker portion of your blood that kind of splits away. And you see this very dark red and then this very bright crimson blood sort of like spiraling now that they're separated. And Pandemus is like, this is very strange. It's very hard to separate this out for just a simple vial of blood. It's almost as if it's like separating pieces of you from yourself. If I let go,
Oh God, what the fuck?
I love that. If I let go at any moment, it'll just snap back. I can definitely tell right now this isn't any sort of virus or disease or poison that I'm familiar with. It more like feels evolutionary. Because it doesn't feel like it's harming you or anything. It feels almost like this is you. There's no foreign object within your blood.
Okay.
Would you like your blood back? I think it wants you.
Yeah, I'll kind of stand back and just have him open the.
It opens up and you see these like blood, like sort of like almost like spheres, just kind of orbit you.
They don't go back in.
No, you feel like you could tell them to. They just orbit you.
Okay, I will attempt to tell them to go back in.
Okay. They go to. Do you still have your blood wand out?
Yeah.
They just kind of latch onto it and then recrystallize into like a hardened point.
And then I will like dissipate my wand.
As you dissipate your wand, it immediately turns from crystallized to liquid, just kind of floats in the air as it all floats back into you.
Yeah, this is definitely not.
Could be an evolution of power. This is a good thing, I think.
I mean, it's not a good thing if I can't control my body evolving.
Yeah, that wasn't very cash money. If you do that in the middle of a fight, next time we will probably have to kill you.
I'm glad you guys didn't kill me this time. I mean, that
Hey.
thing.
Everybody gets one.
Pandemus will say, I might be able to make a disease that could weaken that part of you now that I've seen it, but it could weaken you because it is you.
Well, make something that if that thing ever comes out again, maybe like a tranquilizer or just a way to subdue it in case.
I shall work on it now. It shall be called Hyved.
Okay. Has anybody seen Xerix since all of that?
Pandemus will just say no.
Nah, he's pissed at you.
Well, I had a feeling he would be.
Yeah. If you're gonna try to talk to him, I'm gonna follow like 15 feet behind you.
Pandemus says, I'm staying here to make a disease. And he begins to cast infestation on the table he's working in. Ah, perfect. Gets to
You're the
work.
doctor.
Oh, he turns to you, Ronald. Your vitamins.
Nope. Not taking any vitamins from you.
They'll make you healthy and strong.
I'm sure they'll do something.
A blister pops on top of the vial. Ah, blessed.
Blessed knees to chest. I'm out of the room.
I cast knees to chest and run the fuck out of there.
As you run out, yeah, so Elben, you would kind of head over to Xerix's room. It's one of the only other rooms, and they kind of point you to where he's sleeping. The door is closed. I will say, if you guys just look out the window from the tavern, you see just kind of laying there, slowly decaying into the ground, is the leftover corpse of the false Hydra.
You ready for seconds?
No, I
Legendary, bro.
was not me trying to eat the creatures. I'm not really into
As you kind of look
all
at it,
that.
Elben, there is a moment, there is a singular thought where it goes, tastes good. But not enough to push you to do it unless you let.
No.
Eh,
No,
So-
those are definitely
so strange. Why wouldn't you let it?
inside thoughts.
Could you imagine being like over there, looking at just looking at the false Hydra, and all of a sudden, boom, burst out the side of this inn is this random creature just coming to eat it, and just starts gobbling it all up.
That would not be good either.
Um.
Talk.
Okay.
That just wouldn't be good.
Um.
I guess I would ask them if they had seen if Xerix has left yet.
We have not seen him leave. To be honest. But we have recently discovered that we remember who we are. Thank you for saving us from the false Hydra's lullaby. We remember exactly what we were. We weren't an inn, but we are now, I guess.
Well,
Well,
I didn't
You can go
really.
kick it.
Yeah, I didn't really save you. I just helped the homies who did. So.
Truthfully, you are all welcomed as heroes, and we truly can't thank you enough. We will spread the word about you. We'll even send word to the nearby villages and the nearby king city of Haken. It's spelled Haken. Haken.
Haken. Had we
I
ever
was-
heard of that before?
No.
Hakaluki.
Haken. We had never heard of that. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right, and then I'll kind of turn back to the door. Have you exited, Xerix?
Yeah, I'll wander out while you guys are talking to everybody.
Okay.
Take a few steps back.
You said Claude has not with me, right? You just
Correct.
even-
He's not with you. He's just locked with you right now.
I was made aware that there may be some ill will between us now, Xerix.
No, everything's alright. I get it. It didn't seem like you really knew what you were doing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're at least a little understanding. I definitely didn't know. And Pandemus is currently working on something to
Ovid, we'll be ready soon.
subdue or maybe remove whatever that is. He says it's some sort of evolutionary adaptation. It's not a curse, it's not a disease. It's not something I can really get rid of, I guess. As I'm doing this explanation, I'd like to insight and see how truthful Xerix is being about his.
Roll me an insight, Xerix. If you don't have to tell me which stat you're doing, but roll me deception or persuasion, and you can set it to just come to me if you want.
Ooh, hey, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You're telling the truth, dude.
Okay. It's up to you, Xerix. But yeah, you fully believe whatever Xerix is saying. He has not given you any reason to doubt what he's saying.
Dude, does my level of exhaustion go away with one sleep?
Yes. One full long rest.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I was going to take the day kind of helping people get back on their feet and fixing the town and just kind of sit with what we've done. I'm not really itching to go back out and have to fight horrible, nasty beasts.
Sure.
But so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna kind of start wandering around town.
Okay.
If anybody needs anything from me, just yell. I'm sure I'll be able to hear you.
Well, I'll roll with.
Okay. You follow Elben around town. You guys are sort of looking. Xerix, since you're alone, is there anything by yourself? Ow.
I just want to look in my bag and see if I still have the crazy delirium. The galactic one. Is that what we called it, right?
Yeah, you're correct. You do see it, and you see 2 thumbs up next to it, and a note that says, "You're doing great, bud."
I give 2 thumbs up back into the bag, for sure.
Wait, does your bag talk to you?
No.
Because that's dope.
No.
Well, I mean, it writes me notes now, but I started it.
He has a bag man.
Yeah, that's actually super awesome.
Okay.
Xerix has no idea what a bagman is, though, so he's made friends. He thinks made friends with it. I will also give him another one of my regular amethysts for being a
As soon as you pull it out and hold it over, 4 hands grab it at the same time and pull it in.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But the 4 hands were on one singular arm.
Oh God, Jesus. Yeah, no, that's it. That's all. I just wanted to see if they were there.
Okay. Elben and Ronald, is there anything you guys want to do about the Hydra body? Do you want to harvest anything from it? It does have harvested or harvestable materials of whatever's left after being partially eaten by 2 different creatures, but you know, it's got stuff left.
No, I think I'll just probably leave it to the townsfolk to do whatever the hell they want with it.
Okay.
I'm gonna take some blood from it.
Okay. You walk over to sort of take the blood from it.
Unless the blood is too old.
You're muted, Christian, if you're talking.
You walk over to take the blood from it, and as you do, it has been completely drained of.
Okay.
Would you like to search for? You are free to search for any other internal organs if you'd like. It just depends on how much you want to dig in and around.
Haven't these things had? The ones from the dream world had delirium hearts, didn't they?
Yeah. So the ones from the dream world did have delirium hearts.
Okay. Are you outside, Xerix?
Yeah, I joined you guys briefly after, unless you run. So if you're especially if you're still right there,
Yeah.
They took off like the fucking Flash.
right.
Are you still looking for delirium hearts? Elben will ask Xerix.
No, not particularly, but I mean,
Okay.
also maybe not just something to let like orphans or somebody get their hands on either.
Yeah.
Hey, mister, who you calling an
make jokes
orphan?
about.
As a child looks at you without any parents and says, I might be an orphan, but doesn't mean I want delirium hearts. What's a delirium heart?
That is. I was gonna say.
I take my hand off of my sword because I thought the small child knew what a delirium heart was, and we were about to get freaky deaky.
Xerix, chill, but it's a child.
I'm gonna start cutting into this thing.
Oh, that's cool, mister. Can my brother Thorn join in?
How old is Thorn?
6.5.
And how old is
Sedge.
are you?
My name's Sedge. I'm 12 years old.
Why do you want your little brother to help us cut open a monster?
He said he wanted to.
Well, why didn't he ask?
He don't speak much.
What are you looking for off of this monster? Just to cut it up?
Yeah. Haven't you ever just wanted to cut things up?
No, fellas, that's not a very good thing to just want to do. You guys go fishing.
Go to therapy.
Internalizing as Elben. Elben thinks back to every time he cut himself for a spell.
Well, that's different. My magic don't work no good no more.
What's magic?
What do you mean, what's magic?
What's magic?
I think I have like a shitty cantrip. I'll make a firebolt in my hand.
You made fire.
Surely you guys know about magic.
No?
Does any? I kind of look around. Are there?
Make a history check.
Come on, man! Can't roll for nothing tonight.
With a 10, you're not recalling any moment where someone used a spell. The only time you remember is when the clerics used divine magic, or holy magic is what they called it, to heal and to buff you guys during that fight. And when the sort of like leader of Sanctuary with those claws caught your spell midair and slammed it down on one of those worms that appeared inside of the underground of Sanctuary. But no one has actively used any sort of arcanic magic at all.
I guess that's fair.
So are you like a priest?
I giggle.
What god you follow?
None of them.
Sorry, too many people. What'd you say?
I said none of them.
Okay.
I said your mama.
Our mom
What god
died.
do you boys follow?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the town mainly follows the Great Dreamer. Or we did. Then people stopped. Because the Great Awakening happened. And the ones that slept no longer slept.
So now what do you guys do?
I don't know. Until someone tells us what to do or who to follow from the church, we don't really have anyone to follow, I guess. It's kind of interesting. I don't see why it matters much. It's not like the Dreamer did much for us. I just put a lot of people to sleep.
Say that again?
It's not like the Dreamer did much for us. They just put a lot of people to sleep.
Okay, that's definitely not what he said the first time, and I don't know if it was Christian misspeaking or if it was a subtle hint.
Talking about.
Yeah. Homie said I put people to sleep, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Exactly what he said. But when you
Thorn?
play 47,000 characters,
I'm going to try to telepathically
He's got multiple personality syndrome.
talk to Thorn.
Okay. You reach out to Thorn.
Is there a reason you don't talk very much?
Here. Absolutely. But not the silence that like he's not talking to you. The silence of nothing.
Like he's empty.
Yes.
Like if somebody picked up the phone, but there is nobody on the other end.
Correct.
Does he look conscious?
Yeah, he looks conscious. He's looking around, walking around.
Did your brother tell you that he wanted to cut up a monster? Like, how do you know that's what he wants to do?
He normally draws pictures.
Okay.
I want to ask the sword what's up, if it knows what's up with this fucking child.
The sword will
What kind of
respond.
pictures?
The sword will respond and say, "The one that is talking seems to be weak and puny. I sense no other child."
The other child doesn't exist, boys.
Well,
I'm gonna stop cutting up the monster and kind of walk over to.
did you say that out loud, Ronald?
Like, not to like yell it out, but like to you guys.
I'm gonna walk
And that
over
would
to
be
Thorn.
Thorn or Sedge that isn't real.
Thorn is the one that's not talking, and he said that the one that's talking is puny. Or we don't know that. He just said that kid's not real, so Thorn.
Okay.
Sedge, what's going on here? What is all this?
what's what? What are you talking about?
Your brother.
Yeah, Thorn.
Are you actually related or are you orphan related?
Orphan related. We both don't have parents, and I take care of him.
I'm gonna get out one of my empty books
Mm-hmm.
and give Thorn it to a blank page and give him something to write with, and I'm gonna ask him why do you want to cut up monsters?
He begins to draw, uh, as you sort of ask him why he wants to cut up monsters. And the image is kind of crude, very childlike drawing. And it depicts four beings one of them is cutting other three open and slowly taking things out of them. And then in another like section of the page, it shows that one being putting those pieces in another thing, like another body.
Um, Sedge, is there anybody else around that acts like Thorn?
Sedge kind of looks and says, like, other mutes? Yeah, there's other ones throughout town. There's Mara Olin. There's that weird Marrow Guard person that's just kind of standing down there by himself. And then there's Sam, the herbalist, his sister. She just kind of stares off into the distance now.
Are these the people that were the Hydra?
Who are you
The
asking?
false Hydra? This is Quentin asking Christian.
You're not gonna get an answer.
Come on, dude. I thought we knew that. We knew for sure.
Never saw them transform. You only saw them after they were transformed.
Well, but Xerix knew.
He knew of the tiefling.
He knew that the tiefling was, and then I thought we heard about Sam's sister too. In some stirrings and some rumors.
That is a possibility. If that is what you're remembering.
It's a memory monster. He's not going to help us at all.
Nope.
We killed it, though. Where's this thing's brain? I want to talk to it.
Do you dig into its body?
After seeing Thorn's pictures, I'm going to say, Sedge, why don't you just take Thorn and go... You know, if you guys want to cut something up and all that, go fishing. Get food.
Oh, we can't fish. You cannot go near the waters.
Why not?
The old one will get you.
The old one?
Yeah. Were you guys sleepy?
Sure.
I don't like the way you say that, but
Yeah.
Well, he's saying it in a childlike accent, so regress mine back down a little bit.
I think it's racist. But
That's why I'm just saying. Yeah, it's the simplest understanding for him.
Yeah. Well, then of course you wouldn't know, because supposedly nothing dangerous happens in the dreams, because they're protected by the dreamer. So the Great One wouldn't exist there. The Great One is a giant thing of stuff that lives in the water of the Great Ocean.
You mean this lake right in front of us?
No, it doesn't go there. That's fresh drinking water from underground reservoir. It lives in the big ocean. There's no fish in the underground reservoir, though.
How far away are we from an ocean?
Oh, honestly, about half a day, and then you'll reach the beach.
What the fuck?
Outside is going to be crazy.
Insight?
Roll an insight check.
22?
Not detecting any false lies. Yeah. So since like the sleepies have woke up, a lot of things have woken up too. There's like the Great Ocean. There's all the new like locate. I'm trying to think of one of the locations he would have known. Um, do, do, do. There we go. Yeah. There's Well, it doesn't. It's not fully alive anymore, but there's been like rumors of people that have ventured off, um, to the old bone forest that has just been decayed and broken.
Oh.
Hmm.
So that place is basically gone. But there's still the primal forest. There's the Black Fog Waste. The Bleeding Hollows and the Hemorrhage Cliffs. Yeah, there's still quite a few places that are around. We haven't been able to investigate most of them because we're not allowed to leave the city because I'm not old enough to venture out.
Hmm.
Whatever that means. Oh yeah, people have also been talking about the floating cathedral. It's as big as a city, and it just kind of like hovers above the ground and kind of just makes its way across it kind of goes around where the old bone forest used to be. It kind of circles around there, and then like it arches around like this cliff, and it's said that it's carved so many times past this cliff it has fully like made this cliff partially curved
It's carving the cliff.
as it like goes around and like shreds off some of the rock. It's like a rock meets a rock, and like he goes over to the tree that he's standing by, and he just like keeps shaving his knife into it like this, like shaving it down. uh it did eventually stop. It's just now that part of the cliff is just kind of like,
I'm just impressed that
I want to
it
leave.
shaved the cliff. And that you said that's at the bone forest, or
it it,
above
it,
the bone forest.
it goes by the old bone forest, yeah.
Where does it touch that cliff? Do you know?
It would be near the Hemorrhage Cliffs, so it's like the last mountain on the Hemorrhage Cliffs. I have a map I drew myself. And he holds up a map that's just very crudely drawn and has been marked over, things added to it, and it's like has like stick figure drawings.
Is there any treasure spots on it?
No. Just places I want to visit.
Well, how about this? I'll get out one. I'll get out 2 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
One for him, and one for Thorn. Draw me a map. It's a little more compact than your giant map that you just showed me, and these are one of these each for you guys.
Okay, mister. I'll get on it. Come on, Thorn. And he grabs Thorn and sort of like takes off.
Okay, now I'm gonna cut the heart out of this thing, if it's in there.
You go to look for the heart, and you look for a solid 30 minutes, and it is not in there.
Okay. Is there any parts that look useful?
Give me for this. I do have stuff you can search for. 1 second. Yes. You can choose one of these skills, and I'll tell you what you get depending on these skills. You can either choose Arcana, Survival, Arcana, Survival, Medicine, or Alchemist Supplies, whichever you feel the best in. You let me know which one.
Arcana, big time.
Okay, roll me an Arcana check.
15.
15 on Arcana.
I'm having the most horrible
15 is not
Rough.
enough, sadly, for anything of note.
Not enough for anything.
Nope. You can attempt to roll again. You'll be here for like another hour searching if you want.
No.
Okay. Anyone else want to search for anything? Are you pretty much good?
I
I'm along for
trust
the ride.
that if Elben dug around in there for 30 fucking minutes, there's nothing in there.
Sick.
But it is missing its heart, which Ronald, from what you said, your sword ate the monster, right?
It ate what it wanted to, and then it just spit it back out. How you see it?
Is there a way for you to tell what it ate?
It's the sword. What all did you eat? The blood and the heart?
The sword, yeah, sorry. The sword will respond and say, the blood was already drained from this creature when I got to it. I only ate the inner flesh and some of the organic organs. The disgusted delirium heart I did not touch.
The delirium heart he did not touch.
That's not good.
No, not quite.
That's not good at all.
That means there's a delirium heart running around.
Well, that also means somebody knew what to look for in one of these things. Okay. Still, the plan is to go around and help people in town, but now more cautiously.
Okay. You guys can head which direction do you want to go first?
I'm just gonna go up. Probably just start kind of heading around this way.
Okay. As you sort of head up, you see Iris kind of look at you and say, "My name's Iris. I remember my name. I remember my family. My memories are returning. Thank you so much, all of you." She's going to run up to Elben, just hug him, and say, "Thank you." And she kind of like leaves.
Okay. Elben would have been doing a big one of these.
Oh, she like forces his arms into it too.
Put me back now.
You head over to Sam. Sam is talking to his sister, and he's like, does this feel okay? How are you feeling? You all right? Oh, hello, all. Here for some potions?
Yes, we should probably stock up on some potions, but also had some questions.
Yeah. You see his sister is sort of sitting on a wooden wheelchair that he has her on. She's just kind of sitting there looking at you all.
Has your sister always had this condition?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I remember, I don't remember a time when she didn't. She is older than me, so there could have been a time when she was older that she didn't have it. But when I was born, our parents died, and we were kind of raised by the herbalist here, and I'm it. And then I became asleep, dreaming.
My guess is that this thing has some other half or minion or something on the material plane too. And that's what's got these other people enthralled.
That's what I'm gonna ask the sword if he sees both of these people.
I only see the one that is speaking.
It also makes me think like maybe being the heads of the Hydra, like maybe they were people, but like becoming the heads of the Hydra removed their physical. It was like something reached out to them as being mute, and it was like, hey, we can let you live. And they were like, yeah, I'll agree to whatever. Has now stolen even their physical.
Well, I'll go up to Elben and then Xerix and let him know that the sword does not see Helma. Only sees Sam.
Sam, have you ever heard of anything happening where a perfectly physically tangible person is in no way, shape, or form able to be traced other than you're looking right at them and you can tell that they're here? I know that's a strange question.
Sam's gonna roll an intelligence check real quick.
Oh.
I'm rolling this.
I'm gonna completely ignore Sam because he's gonna have something to say about it. But I want to see if she's got any odd-looking like charms, like a necklace, a bracelet, a ring, maybe.
Percent.
Any? That's only a 9.
Take a good long look, and without getting, I'm gonna say you have a little bit of restraint with a 9. Like you do get close to her personal space, but I'm not saying like you're digging down her clothes.
What if I hit her with that detect magic, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is glowing like red hot.
Her? The whole her?
The whole her. With a 9, you can try to roll another perception check and see if you can like see more into it. But she is glowing hot. Okay. With an 18, you sort of like try to pierce through like the auras of magic that are coming out of you. There are so many and so potent that you're getting all the auras right now. And as you push through more, you see sort of like floating, like almost like you're looking at an x-ray version of her body. You see floating in like her chest cavity is one like translucent gemstone.
Inside her body? Okay.
I yearn for the mines. Can I do anything else?
Interesting.
I will totally let you do whatever you want to do, within reason.
Yeah. I don't think anything I can do to help would be reasonable. So let's cut her in half.
Yeah, I'm considering doing that myself. Actually, I'm trying to remember where this message is that has the colors. There it is.
Having
I want a preference. It looks translucent because it's like an x-ray of her body. That may not be what it is when you actually dig in. Because all the auras are basically blocking whatever it is. You were just able to see it floating in her chest.
So she's radiating many different types of powerful magic and appears to be housing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at my best guess, a delirium shard of some kind.
That would be the best guess that you can give at this moment in equating to its power that it's emanating. But until you physically see it, you can't tell.
That is what I am voicing to the party. And if Sam has any questions, I'm gonna flip him off.
Who?
When he says that, he said if Sam has any questions.
No, Sam doesn't seem to say anything.
That's weirder.
Had we heard of false hydras before we experienced one? Had I guess.
I'm gonna have to say there's books and there's nightmares and there's obviously like ghost stories people tell about false fires and everything. But the whole thing about false hydras is they are supposed to be elusive. And the issue with false hydras is you're never quite sure if you meet one because if you get out of their range, you eventually forget them.
Okay.
And they just become
Okay.
stories that bards tell.
So, with that in mind, would it be safe to assume? Sorry, this video is probably going to come through because it's loud as heck. Hold on.
Fine.
Would it be safe to assume that the Hydra could implant false memory in people?
It is very possible that.
So could we maybe assume that Sam maybe doesn't have a sister? The false Hydra, one of its last things was like, hey, this is your sister. And but the question is, why is he still under the effect of
because
the
we have a false memory of killing a fucking false Hydra.
Oh.
You say that out loud, Six?
No, absolutely not. I don't even say it to them.
Okay.
Oh my.
Oh no, that explains something on my character sheet now.
I would like to just kind of take flight. I want to get
Which part?
40-ish feet up into the air and turn on true sight and see if I fall out of the sky.
Okay. Turn on true sight. And you're kind of looking around town. Kind of look around town. No one changes. The people that are mute that you have been told about, they become translucent to you. Like they're there, but they're not really there. But they don't become anything else. They're just kind of translucent. The houses look the same. The trees look the same. Roll me a perception.
I'll lucky that. Wow, not much better at all.
Do it again.
It truly doesn't matter. Because as you look up, realize the cave ceiling. The cave ceiling. You begin to see those.
Fleshy by chance.
You begin to see those jagged rocks. Then you look over at one of the entrances to the underground sanctuary, and you just see a mouth open.
Right on.
Okay.
So, is there like, do I see a like out of the mouth? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
if we're in a big mouth, do I see like the exit that isn't a throat?
Yeah. As you look around, you find that the exit is the pond.
Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna kind of land down next to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Elben is still, for sure, trying to figure out the best way to figure all this out.
Okay.
Sam, why? Okay, if everybody was under the effect of the false hydra, why is it that everybody can remember who I am? Were you guys like semi-conscious while the hydra had control of you, and that's why you guys, I mean, as far as I know, there's people that I've never met who know exactly who I am and the guy who beat the hydra, and as far as I knew, you all were under a
When
spell.
it was almost as if, like, when you guys dealt the final blow, it was like we could all see it at the same time. When it went down, when it died, we could all see it. It was like a scream etched into each of our minds at the same time.
Hmm. Have you seen the bard that was running around here, the tiefling?
What tiefling?
Was there never a tiefling here?
A very hard time recalling a tiefling.
Okay. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. It's strange. Just everything about the situation with your sister is not making sense.
While he's talking, I'm gonna take out a piece of paper and start writing a little note.
Okay. You feel the paper handed to you from one of the many hands.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
It caresses your hand as it goes back in.
I'm uncomfortable.
On the note, it reads, "I know," and you can flip it over to the back.
Oh no, I flip it over.
There's nothing there. It's just a blank space for you. Sam kind of looks at you and says, "What do you mean? What's not making sense? I can't tell you much more because I was asleep. I've been asleep for a long time."
While he's finishing up that conversation, I'm gonna hand Elben a note and then immediately go skyward and dive straight into the middle of the lake.
Okay. You guys watch as Xerix goes up and then
I assume you. Okay, he sent me the note.
yes.
Um. Let me see what spells I have prepared.
I'm leaving it to the intelligence caster to figure out how to get the word to the other guy. I felt like saying something out loud would probably ruin any chance of escape we might have.
What do you mean? That's crazy.
Just gotta play it cool as a fucking cucumber, buddy.
What do you guys mean?
Okay. Xerix has jumped into the lake.
I feel like it would probably happen like I'd hand you the note, right? I would dash off, and about that time you would read it, and that's when the plunge would start.
Okay. Let me do a little measuring here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't take that into consideration. You forget about that when you have an 80-foot fly speed.
Yeah. Okay. We should be good. I'm going to kind of walk up to Ronald and simultaneously to Ronald and to Pandemus.
Mm-hmm.
In telepathically, I'm going to say, Xerix has figured something out. It's time for a swim.
I need you to make an
And-
intelligence saving throw as you attempt to speak telepathically.
Telepathy. Oh no, bro.
About a 29.
You
Needed a 72.
You're good, you're good. With a 29, I'm gonna add a little flavor.
Okay.
As you attempt to speak telepathically, there's a moment where you feel like this won't. Something might listen. And I need to ask you, do you want to secure the connection, or do you want to verify that it reaches the target no matter what, that you intend it to reach? You tell me. Are you wanting to secure the connection or make sure it reaches the target you intended it to reach?
I want to make sure that it at least reaches Pandemus, because I can grab Ronald.
You see that cut that Pandemus made opens up, and a little blood bead comes out and shoots off. And a second goes by, and you hear Pandemus go, "Oh, hello."
Like, I can hear him, but he's physically speaking.
You can hear him as if he's telepathically speaking.
He's talking into the blood orb.
Almost as if blood orb flashed into his skin for that moment.
Oh no, that's not good.
Flashed into his skin for that moment, and you now have a direct line of communication because your blood orb is essentially a walkie-talkie.
A blood to Pandemus link, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What do you say to Pandemus?
I'm gonna say Xerix has figured something out. It's time to take a swim in the lake. And then I'm going to physically grab Ronald and say,
Pandemus will
"Let's go for a
respond.
swim."
Pandemus will respond. Where's your little buddy?
He's in the room. He's in my room.
Pandemus
Grab his cocoon.
walks in there, and you hear him say, "He's not in a cocoon.
Did he hatch?
I see egg pieces on the ground. Was that your intention? Is he with you?"
I mean, he's not currently with me, but he will be shortly. Just casually make your way out to the lake.
Pandemus, in the most casual, non-casual way possible, makes his way out toward the lake. He kind of runs, and then you just hear. Then he stops for a moment, just kind of walks for a bit, and then he goes.
I guess as we see him coming up, I'm going to say, I think you and Ronald should take a swim, and I'm gonna try to see if I can see Clot. Usually he's pretty adamant about coming back to me, so if he's half, that's...
Yeah. You attempt to see Clot. You attempt to, like, feel his presence?
Yeah.
Okay. You immediately feel... Hello, Master.
Where are you? Can I see him? Can you see the creature? Okay, well, stay close. And then, I'll say, Ronald, I'm sure you don't want to get your suit wet, but we've got to take a swim.
Yeah, I'll find dry cleaner somewhere.
Okay.
All right. Before you dive in, you see, "Hey, Mister, we have your map."
I will
Fireball.
take...
Fireball.
I will take the map and give the 2 gold pieces to the kids.
Oh wow, mister, this is enough to buy us our own lodging for a couple weeks. You excited, Thorn? Thorn just goes,
To enact out the mute kid's reaction is crazy, Christian.
Diabolical. That was disturbing. I feel like we're in The Shining.
Yeah.
but this is what your map looks like, guys. Sanctuary's in the middle because obviously everything rotates around Sanctuary in a little kid's mind.
Sure.
God damn. This line works pretty good.
It was mainly Thorn's doing.
There's a throne on here. That's horrifying.
Throne of splintered bone.
Nice.
I bet there's bone ore there,
And
dude.
there's throne of splint reed bone as well.
With the worm's grave expanse between two kings sit across on thrones and look at the worm's grave expanse. That's kind of sick. Okay. Heading into the lake, like Zarek said.
Okay, you guys dive into the lake.
I have no idea what's actually going to happen. We might just get wet.
Yeah, I could probably use a shower.
I'm glad you're thinking with your dipstick, dude. I'm out here fumbling around with my ridiculous intelligence.
It's all good, dude. I'm good at reading people. That's what charisma does. And, people like objects. You Gucci?
Yes, somebody's outside honking.
Go out there, dude. Put your nuts right on the door handle, and I bet they stop.
I'm
With the wizard pipe and wandering out on the front porch. Hold on.
actually nervous about that one right there.
Pants off.
Pants on the ground. Pants on the ground.
Pants on the ground, pants on the ground.
Naked cowboys on Ram Ranch.
Love it.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
No worries. As you guys get out of Sanctuary, you're greeted with immediate cold. Freezing like temperature.
Cold and freezing temperatures.
Big. It is completely dark out, and I'll show the map in just a second. It's completely dark out, as if the sun has not risen yet. And you notice behind you, Sanctuary isn't a cave system. It's almost wrapped in like these obsidian-like roots. And you guys came out of this like almost like upside down pool. You guys felt like wetness from water hit you as you fell through it, but you are completely dry when you land. And this is what you see behind you. It's in the bottom corner.
What the fuck?
Welcome to the real Far Realm, boys.
Interesting. What the fuck is that?
What is this?
Make a perception check, and you guys can see if you see anything. But right now, it seems to be what's holding Sanctuary.
Can I try to like magically look at this thing, like and identify or something?
You can attempt to identify if you would like. Are you wanting to do it the ritual way so it doesn't spend a spell slot?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you do that. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence saving throw as you are reading this. With identify.
Identify defense.
It's
Nice,
27.
dude.
With a 27, as you read this, you are given the knowledge that this is called Sanctuary Dreamer Egg Staff. Currently null. Dreamer not found. City of Sanctuary Dreamer Egg.
Okay, it's giving me like, even though I just magically identified this thing, it's giving me computer code. That's what I will say to the party. It's saying that this is an egg of the dreamer, and that the dreamer is no longer here.
Xerix, with your perception check, as you sort of look at this thing, you're finding machine part. Shit. And with a 16, find that one of these ships says Generation 10.
Jesus, what generation was I on?
I believe it was 12.
God, what the fucking shit. So we've been blasted back to the past from our perception.
It doesn't feel like the past. It's more like you're looking at what happened.
Gotcha.
But yeah, beyond what it gives you about that, it also states that this is one of many dreamer biome eggs.
So we were.
So none of that was potentially real.
It was all real because you killed the dreamer. These are the eggs.
This is essentially a universe without a god on a much smaller scale now.
And as you guys sort of look around as the sun begins to press through, this is revealed to you.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa. I'll kind of wander over to this other one.
You attempt to identify?
Thing. Yeah.
Identified. This is Primal Forest. I'm not going to give you the whole spiel, but it's Primal Forest.
Okay. I'll kind of wander back over to the group, wherever the group may be wandering, and say, this one says Primal Forest. I'll just kind of keep going through and doing them.
The next one.
I'm just gonna be keeping an eye out to see if I see anything odd.
The next one is the Thornglass Mire.
That's a new name.
Yeah. Are there any like consoles or anything to like mess with these things, or is it truthfully like a bioorganic mass that is a self-contained thing?
It look the second up.
Yeah. So there's no like, there's not somebody coming along and these things. This is like a okay. And you said this was what?
Thornglass Mire.
The Thornglass Mire. Yeah, I guess these are the cities in some way.
In biomes.
And the biomes.
Because one was the primal forest, and just generally whenever you go up to them, it says bio egg, and then the name of the biome egg.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh
How
boy.
fucked are we?
Hey, Dylan, go ahead and send that to Skaggs real quick. See if he has a similar thought.
How about you send that to me real quick?
No.
Hey Skaggs, how about you send that to me?
I can't hear you, Christian.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna go identify the last one.
Okay. As you walk over to as you walk over to the last one, it identifies as another bio egg, and this one is going to be called this one is going to be called the Black Fog Waste.
Black
Dude, I'm
Fog
about to go
Waste.
to a Black Fog Waste if I can find my fucking finger. There it is.
That's why you have to invest in a wizard pipe, dude. You can look down on the hobbits.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Well, boys, are we going back in an egg, or are we gonna go see what the real world's like?
Yeah, I mean, while we're out here, why don't we wander past these and see what this place is about?
While I don't hate the idea, we don't know what kind of time limit we're on for the worm. Is it trapped in whatever weird linked world is it just behind these eggs? You feel me? Is it not as separated as we may have originally believed? Not a chance in hell.
Do I wish to reach out to the worm?
Okay, well then, it's not really much I can give you.
I'm not right here.
What if we?
No way.
What if we blow up one of the eggs?
Would you like to? Like to?
No, I'm talking to the party.
Okay, okay. I'll stay out of it then. You let me know.
I feel like we know that they have like semi-real people in them. Like maybe the guy that was talking to us, might be a real person.
I do want to give you that the Dreamer could not make real people, if that was something you guys forgot. It attempted to and failed, because it attempted to make a person for it to be in, but it could not.
Which is why all those other ones are offline. They were figments of the dream, and now there's no Dreamer to power them. So nothing that needs to see sentience can see it because it doesn't have any form of sentience anymore.
Okay, I would like to have Claw uncloak himself, and I want to see what he's become.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this homie was literally, we got an egg because it would be handy for a homie to carry our bags and dig tunnels.
Now we're probably gonna have to fight him.
Now he's a freak on a leash.
He's just forearms from Min 10, but in BDSM gear.
Oh
He's-
God.
He's forearms mixed with wild mud, dude.
Just the tongue, though, right?
1 second. I don't know. It's
Freak, get out of here.
it's not. So Clot spawns behind you, but not in the form you're used to him seeing. You now see what looks like he is standing on 2 legs, slightly shorter, about to your chest, standing. He has 4 vibrant purple wings, a glowing sort of patch on his head, a mandible, and antenna all around him. He has these insectoid, almost like dual grasshopper, or not grasshopper, praying mantis like sides for hands and go down at a point. And he just kind of looks at you, and his mouth never moves, but you hear, "Hello, master."
Nah, dude, we're doing that. What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Oh God! Claw, is that you?
Yes, master, it's me.
This is now my property.
And so, hold on. If I'm looking at this picture right,
Mm-hmm.
is the hand, is that like 3 big fingers, but also razor sharp, like...
Yeah, like, yes, exactly.
Oh,
They're essentially claws.
he's fucking sick.
You see, in his chest cavity, pumping through him is this like red blood, that you very much feel like is your Elben.
That's not a fucking on-kick, Elvin.
He's definitely... You're definitely not an on-cake anymore, Claw.
You're full of surprises, buddy.
I am your son.
I take 3 large steps away from Elvin.
I mean, I think son may be a strong...
I guess my name should change from Clot. I do have a name picked out for myself, father.
Me too.
Okay.
Nixfidid.
Buddy, I'm just gonna keep you. That could be your name, but I'm calling you Clot.
Understood, father. I do not deserve a name.
No, that's your name. You can have that name.
I finally got him.
You could at least call him Nix, bro. Damn.
Nix Fidid.
Nixfidid.
You taking my lineage? You want to be a Dornvale?
Understood. That shall be my name. Nixfidid Dornvale. I am made from your blood, father.
Okay.
Whatever that means for being related by blood.
Yeah.
You're creepy.
Okay. Yeah. I guess Nix is.
Him.
Is that all right if we call
Nix.
it?
Sorry, Nix. Yeah, Nix.
Okay.
That is fine.
Well, Nix. Nyx?
Its full name was Nyxfidid, the Vein-Winged Rebirth.
Oh God. Nyx, you described us being inside that egg as being in a creature. What did you mean by that?
All the eggs are living. They're all creatures. The vaults are placed within each egg as like a possible external extension of the egg to trap any. The dreamer died. Those vaults failed. Release them. Creatures, those nightmares are vaults. Eggs.
So what is the purpose of these eggs? I mean, I don't know why you would know that, but you seem to know
I do
some
not
things
know the
that-
purpose of the eggs. I just know what the nightmares and dreams are, as I was a dream. Well aware of that. A newfound intelligence has been given to me.
From what?
Out of need. My blood is your blood, and as it evolves, evolved me.
See.
But in a different way. See that like purple spot on its head sort of opens up, and where you see an eye.
Can you see out of that?
Define see. Physically? No.
How else does one see?
I would assume one can see. There is tremor and blind sight that can.
Sure, but those are more feelings that you interpret.
Is
as
seeing
sight.
believing, or is believing?
I would say to see something with your very eyes is to believe it. But this place has definitely shown me that that's
I do
not
think.
necessarily the case.
I do think your perception of that reality outside of a biome egg, I not, because I know not what is out here. My knowledge here is very limited, but I will protect you to the Holy Father, or I can fight.
All right. I'll kind of. Is everybody here, or is there still kind of spread out?
They're all just holding their weapons out toward Nyx.
Everybody. Clot is no longer Clot. He's Nyx.
Or Clot. I truly don't mind. I just preferred my other name.
He was Clot, and he has evolved.
I can see.
Does he still have his suit?
He didn't have it on in the egg.
When did he remove the suit?
It fell off after you guys killed the dreamer.
Oh, I thought he still had it after we killed the dreamer.
No, he didn't have it. It's in either the portable hole or the bag of holding. That's where it fell into. Like to get it out?
Yeah, I mean, if it would, I doubt it fits him anymore.
Well, no, it magically fits. As he puts it
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
it begins to stretch out to fit his body, and you see he's wearing. What color of suit did you say it was?
His was a blue, like the light blue color suit. And mine was orange.
You see him put on the suit and turn to you, Ronald, and say, "Hello, my dabber friend. High five." In your mind, you hear
I'll give him a high five.
one of the things just kind of pierces your hand a little bit, and he takes it out. Ha ha ha.
I'll give him like a little bow.
He takes his top hat off that actually fits him now, kind of.
He's doing well. He's doing well in life. He is a gentleman. Or or gentle sect or whatever.
Huh. Hello, Mr. Xerix. How are you?
Is this the bug?
Yeah.
This is the bug.
Unless you try to keep
Yeah.
him out of your head, he is telepathically speaking to you.
I'm actively attempting to keep everyone out of my head at all times.
Okay, then he will not attempt to break any further. He just kind of waves at you.
Poke him with my sword.
Ouch.
Creepy little fuck.
I feel pain.
Ouch.
I didn't actually poke him with my sword. I'd roll attack. It would count if I was gonna do it. Fine.
If I'm doing it, I'm doing it for
Right.
real.
Right.
Okay,
You
does
think I'm a coward?
this image look better now that he's in his suit?
No.
Absolutely. I love it.
Yeah, he looks a lot less fucked.
He fixes his tie and he
I'm still
says,
Val.
It's what?
"Yeah,
Yeah, dude, that's fucking 27 out of 10. I love that so much.
He-
Holy fuck.
He kind of says, "Okay, master, shall I fade back away out of sight?"
Yeah, if you're comfortable with being invisible, that's cool.
I have a feeling that most people would be more than happy for me to not be seen.
What if we did this, and I'll throw the portable hole down,
I
get in there and get Pandemus's top hat, unless he's wearing it.
I mean, he's wearing a top hat. If you want him to put on Pandemus's, he can.
Well, Pandemus's is a disguise self.
I know.
It's like a hat in disguise.
Are you going to see if he can?
Maybe that's not a good idea.
Are you wanting to
Never
see?
mind. No. I'm scared.
Okay. He fades back into invisibility.
Okay. I guess we could pick one of these to jump back into. Are we to assume that each of these are connected inside the inside world? Like,
Um,
I've heard of at least one of them, right?
yeah, they seem to all be interconnected from one another, so it is possible to reach each one from within the eggs themselves, or you could just force your way in outside.
So, I wonder if each egg has a different dreamer, or if that one was in charge of this, like, cluster, and that's why they know about each other.
yeah. Okay. Sanctuary. Where would the sea that he was be on this map that he gave us? I guess he didn't draw it, so we don't know, right?
Correct. It was definitely made for the inside from that perspective.
Well, the Black Fog Wastes, the Primal Forest, and the
Thornglass Mire.
they are all on the map that he made us.
Well, we know that, or well, in some layer of what was happening, we were told that the Primal Forest is pretty much overrun with the monsters that escaped from the dream. Whenever the dream one went down. I mean, not that I'm trying to deter you. I'm just kind of I know all the things that we know.
And then Black Fog Wastes. I don't know if we heard anything about it. I think
None of the rest of them sound familiar, except the map to me, and the green veil.
Yeah. I say we try the Thornglass Mire, maybe. Seems like
Now that we're out here, I will tell you guys that it looked like we were in something's mouth while we were in there with my true sight on.
Yeah, that's what Nyx had just said. That
Sorry, I
each
couldn't
of
remember.
each of the eggs are still are a creature, is what he said. So maybe not necessarily.
Well, I guess just looking at them right now, though, you kind of,
Yeah.
if you're looking at the exit from the other side, I could see that perspective.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe now that the dream is broken, we will always feel like we're inside a creature because we kind of technically are. I don't know.
Well,
But I do know we have the worm to deal with.
I will try and reach out to the worm just to like a brief connection to see if I can out here.
Okay.
Oh God, I shouldn't have said that.
Make me.
Boy's getting an interest.
I don't want to.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You're about to miss some juice.
That is a 24.
Perfect.
With disadvantage?
It was a 29 otherwise.
Oh.
Perfect.
So nasty.
That's a very high roll.
Oh no.
And it's not.
Yeah, that tracks.
Her whole subconscious is. We're pulled farther and farther away, as if you're watching yourself leave your body.
Finally. You're out. No longer dreaming.
Yeah, we were asleep in a dream and a dream and asleep in a dream or something. It was chaos.
Yes. But sadly I cannot tell you that. I'm happy you finally made it out, though. It would have hurt our progress if you had stayed dreaming for too much longer, but you've made it out. And the work must continue. We'll talk about that later. But now that you're out, there are some things I need you to do.
I'm listening.
The first city that ever came to this plane is here, not trapped within a dream bubble, physically outside. You need to go there. And I need you to turn the city on.
Turn it on?
It's been laying dormant long enough.
Why do you want me to turn it on?
Remember that time I asked for trust? I just need you to trust me. All will be revealed. But I'm asking for trust. I have not lied. And I didn't try to kill you.
This is a fair point. I will take it into consideration. I'll have to think of a way to sell it to the party so it doesn't look crazy that we're just turning on a city, because I'm not even quite sure what exactly you mean by turning on a city.
If it helps, this won't be a lie. But you can tell them that it will reveal more of the dreams that were left dormant.
Reveal more of them? I'm sorry.
It will reveal more of the dreams that were left dormant.
That has heavy implications. There's a lot of things in there.
There was. But you handled yourself expertly. Sure, you'll be fine. You always are.
I assume she can see me, and then like in my head, I'm just kind of like, head shaking, like foot twirling, like yeah.
It's not just see you. You can see
Oh God, no. Does it look the same?
a shadowed, like almost cast in shadow, as if like it's on the dark side of the moon, but you can see it move along this like meteorite that it's on. And as it sort of looks at you, you begin to see it come into light, and the made of corpses, sort of scrapping against the rock. Slowly pulls.
Gross.
They always have a spot for you, but are not required to join. By trust.
I will try and go back to my body and see if I'm allowed.
You are always allowed to do what you want, Xerix. That is the will of the worm.
That's horrifying.
Return.
How long was I gone?
Half a minute.
Okay.
You come to, and you are just kind of hovering like about 50 feet in the air.
Jesus Christ! I'll land and tell him that the worm can still talk to me out here.
What, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, that just depends on what side of the coin you stand with.
My side?
Neutral? It just doesn't seem to have a strong preference one way or the other. Yeah. That's what I got for you.
Okay.
Now maybe I'm missing something or misremembering something here. Have you always been able to talk to the worm?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not 1,000% sure that it was ever revealed in character, though.
Yeah.
To everybody else.
No,
I can't
did
remember.
not know that you were talking to the worm. Quentin even did not know, I don't think, until this moment that you can talk to the worm.
So when we discovered that my patron was the worm, did you remember that, right? At first? So for briefly there, I was under the impression that my patron was the worm.
Okay.
It turns out that we are in a similar-ish situation to Kalos, where I am like a weird variant of myself that does not want to join the worm that walks. And so because of that, I have sort of an innate warlock-esque connection, deity style to it, but my power is more so derived from my own defiance of the celestial convergence of this being.
Okay.
But no, you guys are absolutely right. I don't think I had told you in character ever.
Yeah.
About that at all.
Ronald,
So
while they're talking, word sort of draws you over one of the bio. In your head, you hear it say, strength, hunger, it's coming. while you two are talking. So Ronald's just gonna kind of stroll over to this biosphere right here, and this one was the sanctuary. Yeah. So that one was I gotta look at which one that one was real quick.
That was the glass.
Yeah, the Thornglass Mire. As you guys are talking about this, you guys begin to feel not the ground shake, but you look and see a tear begins to appear in that bio egg. Begins to grow a little bit, and then you just see this projectile shoot out and a massive explosion right here that actually burns away some of the stone or some of the snow. Could I please have Gags describe what this character looks like?
Okay, so he's like about 6 feet tall. He's like light green-ish to like light bluish skin.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of like that. He's covered in like what's the word? Like light
Carapaces?
brighter blue carapaces
Mm-hmm.
over his body. He's in like half plate and he's got a great sword. Oh, and he's fucking yoked. Got a picture of him. Give me a second.
He's as yoked as Ronald.
As an explosion happens, Elben's gonna be like, "Hold on, you're talking to the worm," and then an explosion happens, and then I'm just gonna have to get my shit out and start wandering that way.
Oh shit.
Fucking yoked.
Yeah, he's also got like red lines all over his body, but Christian was definitely having some difficulties with this guy on
The red lines made his skin red, and it would not fix it. I kept saying they're just lines on his skin. Please.
and they
Should've
just
said,
put
like,
diamonds.
You need to say runes or tattoos next time, and it'll do it for you.
I will.
I spend too much time with this program. Sorry.
Yeah.
When you're working in the free model, bro, you learn to make those motherfuckers count.
I get 3 of these a day.
Yeah. Switch.
Okay. With that point, I will kind of make my way on over to the group, and I'll pretty much like take off my backpack and everything like that, and just kind of explain what's going on. In order to take on the sword that I have at the moment, while I was attuning to it, you pretty much have to sign like a fucking spiritual contract to. Anytime the sword sees somebody that might be a better fit than you, stronger, whatever, it will draw them in and make you fight them. And it's to the death. So he's just somebody who got chosen and brought on to come fight me for the sword.
So is this something where we can like just help you kill this guy so we can move on?
No, this is supposed to be like a one-on-one thing. It more than likely will not last all too long.
I mean, yeah, you have a sword that eats people. I don't think he's gonna stand
Can't
much
use
of
it.
No.
It's gotta be without the sword. Because he wants to see everybody's base strength. Whoever comes out on top wins. But
See.
fair enough. The guy, the person that's there is just like me. He could absolutely be a terrible individual, but just because he's here does not mean that he is that. So
So you're saying the sword called
The sword,
here.
the sword pretty much orchestrates fucking fights to try and get
It's a miniature
Get, like,
strong
a-
person in the universe situation.
Yeah. So it just, as soon as it senses somebody that's stronger or possibly stronger, it will pretty much invade the mental and orchestrate a fight that goes down, and whoever wins gets the sword. So I didn't have to do that because I came across it after somebody had perished already that was using it. So, and it obviously wasn't by a challenger because they didn't take the sword.
See,
So,
I mean, this is a pretty inopportune time for this to happen.
yeah, no shit.
The sword in your hand
If
just
the worm is
begins to vibrate as you continue talking, and you hear it say, "Fight, fight." Guys begin to see the sword is glowing that he's holding.
I'll
Alright,
reach
well.
out my hand to shake Ronald's hand, I guess.
he's pissed, so I gotta get going. I'll shake hands. Wherever Claw is, I'll just hit a fucking bow.
Plot will reveal himself, and he will dab for you.
No,
that would-
bro.
That would
Come
probably
on.
freak the fuck out of the other person.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
Bro, come on.
my one and only hard rule, Christian.
Yep.
Nyx is not allowed to dab on nobody.
Okay.
No dabbing pet, please.
Just a bow. He's a gentleman. Come on.
That's fair, fair. He does a backflip with his wings, land on his legs, and then does the bow.
Okay. Alright.
Stun on him for no reason.
Respectful.
Well, just in case some of this shit goes sideways, I'm gonna leave my backpack with everything that I don't have equipped because I do have some of the
Important stuff.
like important shit. Like there's maps and stuff in there.
You were the
Okay.
map man.
Yeah.
Shut
I
up.
was the map man.
Don't remember.
You still are.
Still am the map man.
And I have full confidence that you're probably just gonna kill this guy pretty quick. So
Well, here's to hoping. So you'll see Ronald walk out. He'll just like put the sword in the fucking snow, and he'll pull out the Fey Greatsword. Or well, fucking Fey stick, because I can make it whatever. So.
A
and
second.
He'll probably start off in Great Axe form, actually.
peanut butter jelly time.
Where you at? Where you at?
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There you go. There you go. There you go. Peanut butter jelly. Yeah, that guy killed himself.
The dude who made that song?
Yeah, sucks started at 12 gauge.
Oh god.
Unironic. That's really what he did.
Damn.
Justin TV style. But
Okay. I will do that. Give me a second. Yeah, you pull out your great axe. Do you rage?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
There would be no sense not to.
What?
To the death.
All right. 1 second. There we go. Okay. What I needed. So, Ronald, as you step up to fight this man who has not introduced himself, I would leave that up to you. Would he introduce himself at the start of combat, and would Ronald introduce himself? Is that the respectable thing to do?
No, we both know why we're here.
Okay. All right.
It would just be a fucking fight from the rip, and you'll probably see a bunch of like astral projected like tails and claws and shit, and some horns getting thrown down on the ground.
Ronald steps forward first, boots crushing the snow beneath him. A once dapper coat is mostly together after many combats that you've been through. Flared like a cloak of pride, his brawler's hat is lost as a great wind blows it off his head as he begins to rage. He raises up his blade and excluding a faint, oily mist that smells of blood and forgotten hunts. Across from him is this man, a pale green figure, emerges from like almost like this burned space, and you see him pull out his starting weapon. What do you make his starting weapon?
It's a great sword of wood.
Okay, you see him pull out a great sword wrapped in bramble branches and thorned vines that he is holding in his hand. His body is cracked with glowing blue carapaces like blossoms of cancer from beneath his pale green skin. His eyes are not eyes, but sinking voids rimmed with red veining. Ronald begins to growl. You want the throne of predators? You'll have to take it from the cold, well-dressed corpse. And the other man does not reply. He simply tilts his head and lunges. Ronald rages ignites in a burst of red glow fury. His strikes are violent and primal, relentless, each swing a cannon blast of raw muscle and fury, cracking the canyon walls around you. He smashes the shaft of or partially cracks into his wooden sword after severe blows, sending sparks of void light into the air. The Shadow Knight dances through shadow-like steps as he seems to teleport and flicker around the edge of Ronald's vision and almost his shadow. As blade carves tight arcs, each slash whispering through the air like a near surgical precision, scoring bloody marks on Ronald's chest and arms. Ronald begins to laugh through the pain. Is that all you've got, you ghostly little shit? He grabs the Shadow Knight mid-strike, headbutting him so hard that part of you hear a sickening crack, and you don't know which one has a broken skull. One second. As bleeding from the nose and laughing, Ronald charges again, but this time the man raises his hand from behind, and you see something appear from Ronald's shadow. It tears itself out of his back, translucent humanoid shape, with almost like a seemingly voidless face. Ronald sort of stammers for a second, and you hear the knight say but one word in common. And you hear not that word, that's not what I'm doing. You hear him say attack. And this sort of like shade begins to attack Ronald with him. As the final strikes, the knight surges forward, now faster and stronger. He seems to almost become one with the specter that he summoned, seemingly striking Ronald 2 times as hard. His strikes begin to mirror or almost canceling Ronald's own reckless, devastating, but with pierce like tactician. Each blow now tears deeper. Ronald begins to falter. His swing slow, blood spills across the cracked stones. And with this final attack, I need Ronald to take 150 points of damage.
That means he's dead.
Ronald, you are on your death saves. As you fall to your knees, please continue to describe what happens.
He'll just go down, he'll just go down. And then,
What does the other guy do? That's what I'm asking.
oh, well, he'll just fucking drive his sword into Ronald's chest.
Ronald, in this moment, as your party sees you get ran through with his weapon, these spiked like thorns ripping through your body, is there anything Ronald would like to say?
He said everything he needs to.
Okay. Ronald, the light in your eyes begins to leave you. As you sort of watch this happen, you feel it happening, your chest burning. You feel yourself going, leaving this place.
Yep. That's Ronald. So,
He's gone.
Ronald died.
and shortly after, you'll see the other dude kind of kneel down, kind of murmur like a prayer or something, and put his hand on Ronald. What he does, you'll see like shadows come down his arm and kind of engulf Ronald. And then Ronald will be gone.
Like his body's not even there.
No, he's just gone. Only thing left of him is his blood and the impression in the snow.
I have a action ready.
What's your action?
It's dependent on
Okay.
what happens next. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
Well, the dude will go to claim his prize.
The sword just kind of comes to him like it did for Ronald.
So, I'll grab that. And how pretty he'll just kind of scan and see what this other dude, the other people around this dude are looking to do. Like, are they about to fight him or not?
What do you two do?
Kind of cheated.
You did kind of cheat. That was supposed to be one-on-one combat.
Or said he couldn't use skills.
Oh, it's all about what abilities
Using
you
an
have.
extra dude is still not one-on-one combat.
It's all
I'm not
about-
arguing with your
Oh, no.
character, Tyler, because you didn't say that, but...
Oh. Yeah,
Nah,
no,
homie.
it was.
Let me
it was-
explain to you what a Makarai is, homie. You're getting clapped by everybody in the general vicinity on some real shit. Like,
He said it was supposed to be an honorable fight. And your shadow seemed to take a little honor out of it.
That is your opinion on the fight. It was a fight to the death, and we were able to use whatever abilities we had at our disposal and use our full strength. So I did such a thing, as he did as well.
Does the sword
They
pick
don't-
and choose?
They don't. ChatGPT loves the crystals.
I don't know why, but that's the best you're gonna get.
But what were you saying? Sorry.
Does the sword pick and choose who it wants? Because it never called out to myself or Xerix, and
I wielded it for several days while Ronald was missing.
It only calls out to the people that it feels are suitable to it.
Ooh, that was very good phrasing for talking to a dragon. Oh, God, you're a pro.
Well, I had to make it. I had to word it decent.
What makes you suitable?
But, I imagine just my martial prowess with fighting. Honestly, I don't imagine it would choose anybody that's mainly a spellcaster or any of the sort. It's gonna want somebody that uses melee weapons.
What about me makes you think I'm a spellcaster, and then you look at the very small, shriveled man in robes, no armor, no weapons to really speak of.
There is a spell book probably attached to his belt.
Yeah.
I never said you were. That is your assumption.
Side of that, I'm an 8-foot tall dragon.
That's half caster, half melee. Oh, you cast more than you melee, don't you?
I have casted probably 10 spells this entire campaign.
But the same 10 spells many times.
I was gonna say, okay, then a lot of them have been in the past bit whenever I've been playing with you then.
I swing sword.
Mm-hmm.
I have as many attacks per action as you, in fact.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'll pull my sword off of my back. It is a great sword, which is probably in total length 6 or 7 feet itself. It is redonkulous, has 3 blades coming from the top.
Nice.
However, it was Ronald's will to fight him. I mean, unless he attacks me, yeah. Unbeknownst to everybody in character, Xerix has very ill feelings towards everybody in the party right now. So, I would have almost not cared if somebody came out and stabbed him in his spine while nobody was looking.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. No, I have no qualms with anybody else. It is up to you guys if there are ill feelings on your side.
The only other question I have is what happened to Ronald's body?
About that time, right after you ask that, he'll just kind of flick his wrist and you'll see kind of like a shadow version of Ronald appear. Now what's that?
Does he still have a suit on?
This is what he looks like.
You ChatGPT'd him. Okay,
Oh.
yeah. I'm cool with I'm mad cool with that.
Shit!
That's sick as fuck.
That's fucking sick.
Taylor said he's very dapper. She's behind me right now and saw me pull it up blurred.
Homie went for the murdered out kit with the red tinge.
If it is anything to you guys, I give him great condolences.
Lay down.
Props. He is somebody that I would have liked to have had under my command.
I will also put this in
beforehand.
Whatever your name, whatever the character's name, because you haven't fully introduced your character yet. I want him to have taken 65 points of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, I am technically a spellcaster, but I'm versed in the blade. I respect a battle. I would definitely argue with somebody were it my life on the line on the legality of using a whole nother being, even if it is a power at your command. But it wasn't my life, so I just kind of shrug.
You know what? That is a fair thing. All things are fair in love and war, right? Especially when it comes to war. It seems like.
Wave at Shadow Ronald. Does he do anything?
Yeah, I mean, that's I will let the shadows still have like a bit of their personality.
Do they have memories? That's an in-character question too. I mean, you've presented somebody that I used to know, so I'm a bit curious.
Go ahead and roll an insight check if it's recognized.
Me?
Yeah.
I actually don't know the answer to that one. Christian will know.
As you sort of walk up to it, and it's been listening to your guys' conversation, you see it hold up a hand to you both, and you see him sort of get on one knee and sort of like kneel toward the guy that killed him, signifying that he lost fair and square. Like, even though you guys are deeming it unfair, to the fight and per the rules that were given, it did say 1-on-1, but it never stated they couldn't use their own abilities, whatever those abilities were.
Fair enough.
Well,
like I said, it's not my life. I don't give a fuck.
yeah.
Xerix is an asshole, isn't he? Or is it literally everything that happened last session just made him not like everybody?
He was not very cold before. He was pretty helpful. I mean, I was
Pretty
a paladin.
about the team.
Yeah, I was a paladin. Like,
oh shit. Okay. Okay, that makes sense why you got spells and bonks.
Well, I'm a warlock now. I've always been mostly warlock, but Xeric started his path as a paladin.
TBH, the new warlock has been upgraded pretty significantly, if you haven't checked it out.
Yeah, like my smite thing that I do, that is baseline a warlock feature.
Mm-hmm.
So is the second attack. I actually get a third one at level 11.
Yep.
Warlocks can get 3 attacks and 9th level spellcasting just in the book as it sits.
They
stuff.
beefed up my favorite class. Why am I not playing that?
I asked you. I'm sorry.
Floor it. Anyway,
but
sorry. I
Somebody else jumps out of a portal.
I'm not making a class that fast.
Somebody else jumps out and kills this guy.
Somebody else jumps out of a portal. The hand of God comes out and picks him up and removes him.
Nah, dude, this is Skaggs is set, bro. Anytime he gets bored of a character, the sword picks a new homie.
Yes.
Yeah, like, he's a genius. Like,
he's technically playing the sword.
Yeah.
Let's not get this twisted.
Well,
Skaggs is playing
the
a
thing
sentient
was,
sword.
I didn't think Ronald was gonna be more than like a 1 or 2 shot character, and and he was just very like, I made him in 5 minutes, and I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna actually keep playing, I want to make somebody.
It's funny because Ronald has significant changes to the party too.
True. Q and I get pretty dedicated to the role play. I mean, you definitely want to care about the character you're playing with us because we care about our characters a lot.
I have a question for you, Skaggs, since I don't want to give away your character's name without you saying it first. Your character, on his armor, does it have any insignia where he used to be from? Or is it completely barren?
I mean, I guess it might.
Okay. Well, Elben, Xerix, roll me a perception check.
only 12 this time. I already used the good one.
Yep.
It would probably be like a little fucking scratched up. Actually.
Okay, yeah, that's what.
We tried to remove it.
Okay, so that's why I needed them to roll perception check to see if they could tell. Let me go here. Xerix, you don't really notice it, or you can't really make it out, but Elben, you can. He has an insignia for Eldrin Technologies.
Eldrin?
Eldrin. Yep.
Okay.
It's on his
I'll
armor.
be right
Okay.
back while that sinks in.
Yeah.
Oh, I have questions for him.
Okay.
Fuck.
Write him down. Write him down. Write him down.
Yeah.
But you noticed that on him.
Okay. I will kind of nudge Xerix and be like, "That's the company that I worked for."
I mean, if he was stuck somewhere in one of these pods, it makes sense that he suffered some similar fate to us.
But why? Why would he? Why would he already know how to get out? Like I mean, I guess with us messing with the Dreamer, it changed a whole lot. But
I mean, if he has any way of true sight or locating a portal, even, I feel like he could. I use true sight to find the exit. I feel like he could reasonably do that, and like honestly, we've been the guys to just dumb luck into some shit. I mean, and it feels also like the sword. Ronald mentioned the sword invades his mind, so maybe even if it doesn't summon him per se, it kind of gives him like the Frankenstein directive style,
yes.
you know, like go here. This is how you get there the quickest, most efficient route.
Yeah.
Maybe not even taking into consideration the fact that it may have to cross boundaries like that.
Yeah. And that's really interesting then, because that means that the sword itself is potentially stronger than whatever hold all of this, whatever's going on has.
When Ronald always talked about it talking to him, and I mean, like I said, I held it for days, and I mean, a lot of shit talks to me, and it never
said anything.
You can tell that Xerix is a little bit butthurt that the sword kind of ignored him in the consideration.
Oh, letting the dragon side of you come out.
Yeah, dude.
I have a question.
Not that he wants the evil sword. He, in fact, complained about having it. Maybe that's why I didn't talk to him.
I have a question. I will say it did listen to you guys once when Ronald wasn't there, and that was releasing Creel.
That's true. It did.
He intimidated the thing.
You did.
I did have to work for that. It didn't just do it for me.
I will ask. Does I'm going to keep referring to you as Skags until you say your character name. Skags.
I know.
I just want that to be clear. Do you try to attune to the sword?
Hi, Risa.
She says hi, Dylan. She just woke up from a nap, so she's a bit sleepy. But
a night nap.
Sure, I'll attempt to attune to it.
As you attune to your sword, describe what it becomes.
So it pretty much becomes like a dual blade, like fucking think Darth Maul, but ye old times.
Swords?
Yeah. Double-ended sword.
Twin-bladed scimitar.
That's
Twin blade.
crazy.
Both of those are in the books.
that's sick.
Um,
Love
Yeah.
that shit.
it
like
is a
the thing that your guy has in the
yes,
wagon,
that's
right?
exactly
Or in the photo,
correct.
right?
Yeah. It is essentially for stat wise, it is a halberd.
I guess.
Hell yeah.
He's got nuggets. He's got a Coke. And I'm gonna say
Regular cheeseburger.
no. A triple.
Listen to me, dude. I would do some diabolical things for a McDonald's Coke right now. That
Straight
sounds
up.
like it would hit the spot.
Yeah.
I better take another dab to take the edge off.
So do I see anybody like get like pissed off about the insignia or anything?
Um,
Is there-
About it.
Elben immediately will attempt to try to ask you a question.
Elben will be hitting you with one of these. Little point at your insignia. Did you
Do you
work
know what
for
it
Eldrin?
means?
Did you work for Eldrin Industries?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
long have you been here?
Probably about probably like a couple, maybe a few weeks.
A few weeks.
Hmm.
And do you remember what your ship number was?
Ooh,
I
I do
guess-
actually feel like that would be something that I would remember. Christian?
I guess what did you do for Eldrin Industries?
I was military. I was in some form of command. That is not made clear by DM yet, but I was in some form of command,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I did there.
What were they doing sending military out this far?
Your military, if you would like me to sort of explain some of those questions first. So,
I think he's just looking for my rank at this point.
yeah.
Like what I was.
So the ship name was called the Veilbreaker. The registry number was 47NX. As for his rank, your rank is officially you are a tier 3 clearance officer. So you're a marshal. What you were.
Okay. Okay.
And if depending on if you want to delve further into what you were doing, that is up to you. But that would also, depending on how loyal you still are, that will determine how much you give.
I will only divulge. We'll get there whenever
Okay.
that is gotten there.
Gotcha.
Damn, I was wrong. What'd you get? A snack wrap?
And a boogie.
Heard you.
What kind of burger?
Bacon King from Burger King.
Oh, it's Burger King. I thought it was McDonald's.
Nope.
Damn.
Yeah.
So you said you've been here a couple weeks. How long
Yep.
have we been here, Christian?
You guys were
I
asleep.
know I've been here.
You guys were asleep
We
for
were
over
asleep in there for 3 years.
yeah, for minimum
Not
it's
taking
minimum it's been
any
over 3
active
years.
time into account. Yeah.
But was
So-
he ever asleep?
Did come out of a biomeg.
I think
So-
everybody in there is asleep to some degree, Elvin.
Yeah.
To answer your other question, they're not sending military out here.
Why are you out here? Why did you come out that far?
You can tell them you saw a rift open up on your ship, or sorry, just beyond your ship. Were pulled in.
Okay. Well, I was fucking banished and shot out into a fucking pod to go into deep space for the rest of my life until I died or I crashed somewhere. And I saw a rift open and got sucked in, and I've been here laying low for a little bit, and
This happened a couple weeks ago.
yeah, and I just started hearing voices in my head, and something was coming to me, speaking to me in my dreams, talking about pretty much what you just saw. And
Did it
here.
like tell you how to get here? Is that how you figured out how to get out of the dream?
It gave me very loose directions. Very loose.
I'm gonna elbow Elben and tell him to give me my goal.
Yep. 2 pieces that way. Fuck. Oh, I'm going through my notes here to remember early game stuff. My very first page is Elben, Pandemus, Cleric, because I couldn't remember anybody's name.
Valid.
You said his ship was 47 NX?
Correct.
Am I to assume that the letter mean that it was a like escape pod-esque thing from another ship? Like, is it from ship 47 and the NX means that it's a piece or a pod from that ship?
Yes. The N, it stands for number N for the pod, and then the 47th 47 is the battalion number, and the X stands for generation.
So is that a way of ship identifying that I would even understand? Because I was just 33 was my ship's number.
Yeah, so they seem to number military ships different from other ships. The best you can put is it's definitely 10th generation, but it could be 10th generation for military, but reality it could have been 47th generation at that same time for non-military.
So, and is my ship being 33, what generation does that put me in?
The 30.
You know the years we.
Yeah. The 33rd generation. Yeah, you guys know Elben was here at least a year longer than the rest of you.
No. We know the years in our quote-unquote real world that we got stuck
that we
in,
left.
right?
Yes, and that's how you guys figured out that Elben, when he told you about his year, it has been quite a few years.
That's how we figured out about the time dilation to begin with.
Yeah.
So, what year was it whenever you experienced your incident? And then I will also just kind of trail off, expecting you to tell me your name at this point.
What year is it, Christian?
You give them a number, and that number matches up to being 3 years later than when Xerix got.
Okay. So 3 years after Xerix's incident.
Okay. So there's the
not quite as long as you, but
there's the year. My name is Tulak.
Fuck. Been waiting for you to say it so that way I could fucking say it.
I should have known because you were way too. Hey, your name.
I was catching myself every time.
You telling me this
Fuck it, you know
guy
what? Hit him
named
up.
Tulak?
His name's Tupac. His name's Tupac now. Don't
What'd
get
you
it.
say,
Tupac.
Elvin?
I said, you telling me this guy named Tulok is gonna have a horde of shadows?
I got some shadows.
The fuck was that? Were you getting a mosquito?
Mm-hmm. Had to make sure that I didn't get him though, because I wasn't paying attention. I accidentally did it right over my burger.
Just eat it, dude.
Extra protein, dude. Malaria? Hell yeah.
Dude,
Got
here
that.
soon,
Hell yeah.
here soon we're gonna be eating grasshopper burgers anyway. That's all the protein that's gonna be left on the planet.
You ever had it, dude? It's not that bad.
It's not awful. It's just
Especially
not.
if you tell yourself that it's all that you've got.
Yeah.
Okay.
How I
It's
survived
like being,
being
it's
poor.
like being real poor again.
Yeah.
You wait a second. You quit being real poor, dude?
Okay.
No, I'm just kind of poor now.
Oh yeah.
So what is your drive besides seek sword?
Not get eaten by some of the weird shit that's around here. That's kind of been the main drive for the most part.
I'm not sure what kind of weird shit is around here because we're out of the.
Yeah. Have you ever been out
whatever.
here?
Yeah. You familiar with
Here,
No, he's
No.
Christian rapidly shaking his head.
here, no. Wherever I came from or whatever.
Yes.
I think y'all seen me. They're weird shit.
You can describe one of the you can describe one of the monsters that attempted to attack you was this fleshy worm made of glass.
Oh, there's that.
Which pod did he come from, Christian?
Thornglass Mire. It would be the one that you guys are the nearest to right now. So it'd be, let me move you right there.
So,
Damn it. All right, guys. All right, guys.
Sorry. We're trying to get out of here. Like, leave this place.
Why is there weird
And-
shit here too?
Well, there's weird shit. You just came out of that thing. I'll kind of gesture towards the giant egg. And then I'll gesture back towards the egg that we came from. And we came out of that one. And from what we understand, they're linked together in a way that if we go in one, you can explore inside the, I don't know what you would call it even, a simulation of a world. It's more from out here, it seems more like a program than an actual physical place that you are. But as we all know, we go there and are physically somewhere and can be physically threatened. So
Some days here, I wish I would have just drifted into space.
I've just wanted to mine and make money. And now
Have you made any money?
I've made a little cash here and there.
There you go. At least you got a goal.
Tulok.
We're trying to leave. Okay.
As you look at Elben, can you make me a history check? Takes you a minute because he looks much different. But there's a likeness there. Could be related to President Elben.
okay.
Owner of Eldritch Technologies. That went missing. One of the main reasons you were at war.
Wait, did you own company I work for.
Okay.
If that's the case, why were you out here trying to mine for cash? You owned a company.
Well, listen. You
hold on.
You for sure.
I sit down cross-legged to watch Elben try and explain this to a new person.
So
I'm
you
so
for
ready.
you for sure remember me. Bex, you're gonna have to say pop figure. Go on. So you for sure remember me or someone who looks like me being the president.
You don't even just remember him. You still have the holo card that you can play that plays your company's anthem and shows the portrait of the president.
Oh, I'll do that. I won't even say.
You see the picture of Elben's revolving head, and it's just like this sort of like very, very oh my god.
Whoa!
Oh my god. Stop. Stop, because I will start stuttering very bad. Militarized song starts playing. And then at the very end it says, "We do this in servitude for our President Elben. Let Eldrin technologies overtake all, for all will be better, with a little bit of Elvish by our side."
Okay.
You could have picked a better song for that, by the way.
What exactly are you dreaming about, Elben?
Here's what happened. I was.
You know what? I'm right with Xerix. I'm gonna sit cross-legged.
You see Ronald actively sit cross-legged as well.
Is Astravis like curled up, ready to listen?
On my head, dude.
Just
I'm completely ignoring it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna do it too. You see Nyx actively sit down as well.
Shuts off invisibility so you can see him sit
down.
down.
By the way, you see that appear to Locke as well. He just kind of waves at you.
I'll wave back.
And then it puts a finger over its mouth and then just points to Elben.
So when I was originally cast out to this place, I was a farmer. Well, I wasn't a farmer. My dad was a farmer. And his mom was a farmer. And so I was a farmer. But I decided, why not get into the mining industry, make a whole bunch of money, then we could move off of the rock that we were on and actually go live on a planet or, some semblance of real life instead of an artificial atmosphere on a small mining or small farming asteroid. So I joined Elben Industries and started mining. We got too far out. Our ship got caught in a rift, and then I was here. Then I met everybody else. So when we got into whatever that place is, and I'll gesture back towards the eggs, we encountered an entity called the Dreamer. The Dreamer would put you into an, I don't want to call it an artificial sleep because it was truthfully a sleep, but you would fall asleep, and then kind of whatever you wanted to happen or wanted to come true would come true. It would do everything it could to keep you dreaming and keep you in the dream. So hardly anything bad would happen. All kinds of fantastic things would end up happening. You'd find the coolest weapons, you'd make the most money. And when we started catching on to the fact that this might be some kind of dream or thing that is just allowing us to have whatever we wanted, we found the dreamer, confronted it, and it ended up killing it. Well, when we killed it, we were unaware that the dreamer itself had dreams that were kind of stockpiled, ready to happen. It had nightmares that it would make that it actively would have to detain and destroy. And by just outright killing the dreamer before it could complete some of those tasks, lots of things ended up just happening, just becoming. Nightmares weren't getting destroyed, and maybe, possibly, just by happenstance, one of my dreams was maybe I was the owner of Eldrin Technologies, and maybe I, then I would have been out in the mining field and I would have had a whole bunch of money.
And apparently the dream was a little racist, based on that song.
Well, that's also not me.
I play the holotape again.
To be fair,
I know that
to be fair, that's super, like, that is elves. That's the elvish culture in general. They believe themselves to be better.
I play an evil elf necromancer in another campaign. I get it. I'm not mad at it.
Especially if you were high elf. Now, if you were a high elf, it would have been worse.
I know that's physically me that you're seeing, but it's not. It's.
Do the salute. Do the salute you're required to do.
Are you sure?
I think I don't know if Twitch will like that.
Not picking up the camera.
Oh yeah, I can't see us.
Granny's rare OG emote, dude.
It's just blood, so you have to throw up
Oh,
gang signs. I don't. It's strange though. If you remember that being the case, that means the dreamer's reach is literally all encompassing. Unless you're being affected by the dream still. Because Xerix would have heard of Eldritch Industries, right?
He would have.
So
Or
surely.
would he?
Unless it's all a dream. All of it. We don't have real lives.
Well, and the other thing is, if it was just a dream, and it's all up in my mental, then how do I have physical proof of it?
Well, the dreamer made. So, like, when it made that happen, I have this, and I'll get out my gold card. And would my iPad be able to tell my little Palm Pilot thing? Would it be able to tell credit amount?
Are you going to put the batteries back into it? I believe you disabled it for a reason.
He said no.
No, I forgot.
Okay.
Whoa.
I forgot about that.
You see Clot raise his hand, and psychically to all three of you, to two of you, because Xerix is actively keeping people out, to two of you, he says, I am also from a dream. I was created by my father, and points to Elben.
Yeah, he's...
What, okay, so you're a freak.
Ronald is just shaking his head.
Like you. But I'll point to the insect boy and I'll be like, but I do like you. You are cool. Like the suit.
He cinches up the tie a little bit.
I'll hold the card out a little firmer and be like, this literally has unlimited. Like, we could go buy whatever we want. I checked my credit limit. Why'd you have to
come out here to get unlimited money?
I didn't own the company until I was here.
I'm telling you guys, the companies aren't even real.
Okay, so Xerix, you're under the impression that this is all just a dream anyway.
everything we've experienced is fabricated. Getting sucked in, the feeble memories we have of before that time, all of it. I don't know why or how, but that's my personal opinion.
Well,
Tulok,
I don't. Go ahead.
can you talk to Ronald? Like, can you?
I'm not sure if like he speaks back or not. I think he just takes orders. I don't know, Christian. Does he talk back?
I have to say.
What do you got? What do you got to ask him?
Well, I was just thinking
Let's see.
to
Never
go
tried
with
to communicate.
Xerx's idea here. If Ronald technically died and he was dead for even a few moments before you turned him into a shadow, there's a possibility that his soul experienced an afterlife of some sort. If that was the case, and he woke up somewhere, or the dream just kept on going, or something happened, maybe he has. I mean, I know it's a long shot. It doesn't seem like your shadows talk or retain their memories, probably, but
No, they more just it's power that they retain. So you want me to ask him if if there's an afterlife after whenever I killed him? God damn.
if there's is that a sneaky threat from the DM?
No, that's a voice in your head.
What's it say?
It says stop fucking with the campaign continuity.
Mm-mm.
I will tell you once we're done playing. I will tell you what it says. Once we're done playing for tonight.
That was not the DM. I am actually very happy.
That was the little voice in the back of my head.
No, that was. I will make it very clear. That wasn't in your voice.
It was a voice altogether, like a different voice.
Completely different voice that you've never heard.
Okay. I guess just ask if he experienced an afterlife.
Well, I asked Ronald if he experienced an afterlife.
Ronald kind of like turns to Tulok and doesn't speak or telepathically say anything back. It's more just like a sort of kind of motion.
Okay, so a little bit. Hey, I'm pretty positive I took something to be fluent in sign language as well. Oh no, not this one. It was another.
Well, Ronald isn't proficient in sign language, so he wasn't doing sign language. He was doing like the motion.
Some of my proficiencies.
No.
Okay.
So, sort of, kind of. That's about all the communication you can get.
Elben, as you've been talking, like just to everybody, and then the cold, the numbing feeling of the cold is starting to subside a little bit. Your chest is itchy.
I'll go to scratch it.
So
Feels something hard. Stone. Sticking.
Why does everybody look so depressed all of a sudden?
Clerics. All of a sudden, have this like wave wash over you. Almost like repressed emotion. The image flashes before your head of your humanity. Feel it sort of creeping up your spine like a cold chill. Slowly wrapping around you. That's when you feel something else, Zerix. Feel in the pit of your stomach. Power.
no.
So much power.
Am I gonna have to restrain you again?
Oh no. Oh shit, if this is before Elden pulled out the crystal, this is before I purified every kind of delirium out of my system.
And that's what turned you into the crazy dragon, right?
No, that was just two types that evolved me a little bit. I had at this point in the timeline, I was attuned to a type of delirium for every school of magic.
But I will also point out you still had your humanity because it was not transferred to
This is
real
correct,
yet.
Yes. This is correct.
Elben, feel that hard stone in your chest. Dare to look down.
I do.
He's sticking
And
out
as
of your
I look down,
chest.
I will say, go ahead.
He's sticking out of your chest. The blunt end, the ruby gems.
I was kind of hoping it'd be like Mr. Sapphire this time.
I'll say, in my mind, how I used to talk to him. Valzir,
Finally away.
you have like 30 seconds to prove to me that you are not this monster that I had to destroy in the dream, and that you have our best interest in mind.
That's my proof. You destroyed a monster in a dream. That monster was your own fears coming to life. It was not me. I will also mention you didn't collect me from some gift shop. I kept your memories safe before you went through the first dream, and I can return them to you like you asked. Are you ready?
I mean, yeah.
Hold on. About to get bumpy.
You feel the ruby in you light up and explode around you as he essentially casts Greater Restoration on you, ending his modify memory off of you that you asked him to place. Elben, you have memories returned to you of the ship crashing. Scientists were working around the clock, and you see this red gemstone sort of orbiting this sort of like
Swan, Christian.
I bet.
Yeah, you're good.
There we go. You see this sort of like red gemstone orbiting this like lab, and the ship is actively being pulled into this rift. You open the door to try to see if you can help anyone in here, and you see this red gemstone sort of flash in your presence, and you hear his voice for the first time. And it is essentially, if you grab me, I will protect you with all I have, because you're going to need it where you're going.
I cannot stop this, but Elben, I can help you. You may not remember who I truly am, and there's a lot that you don't understand right now, but you must know that what is happening to you is a nightmare. I am trying to save you.
Instinctually, you grab the ruby. As the ship begins to crash, the ruby plunges into your chest, and you feel the pain ignite through you. And then your eyes sort of like open to see this carapace, this sort of like skin like egg begin to wrap around you in purple liquid. And you feel drowsy on the inside, and you hear his voice one last time say, "I'll protect the memories that I can. But you'll sleep until you wake, until you find your way out again."
So at what point did I get out of the egg?
For the egg on your ship, you guys killed the dreamer the first.
Mhm. Mhm. So like when Xerix and Pandemus crashed, I just hatched and thought that I had been here for all the time. All the memories of me wanting wasteland. False.
The voice will then answer you.
Xerix and Pandemus, it's a constant. Your dream has kept resetting, but you all three have kept failing. Something within your dreams allowed you to finally make it past the part of critical failure. Xerix, Pandemus, Elben, and other heroes you have met along your journeys. Each time, the dream resets to keep you going. You didn't make it out of the dream until about an hour and a half ago when you jumped out of the Bio 8. Elden, you're one of the founding peoples of the first city of the Faro. Every Bio 8 is made from your people, and everyone here are enslaved from it. That they were all responsible. As was I. I purged my consciousness into a stone to shield myself from the effects of what we created.
What do you mean I created it?
Not you, your people. You weren't the leader. You were just one of many people. But fate has a way of intervening and making the people that seem the less likely to be heroes to become heroes, or the villains.
So is Eldrin Technologies to blame?
Jin and Zethos were the names of warring kingdoms that lived on the material plane. And the cities were purged by the gods, sent to the far realm for their power. One could say illegal magic that we created or tampered with. Our purge is to endlessly sleep in dreams and nightmares, never to wake up to fix our mistake. As our mistake lingers hungrily, wanting to escape.
So why is it or I guess a better question is, I'm not really the founder of Eldrin Technologies, correct?
Your dream just made it to where you were in that biosphere.
Okay.
And the entire connection of that biosphere was a very potent dream. A will beyond its own that took form. When we created the dreamers, what they weren't called dreamers. They were called creation spheres. We could create worlds, living worlds, infinite. From that, we spawned the Watchers to watch over these worlds we created in their infancy. And from that, we spawned the Judge to judge over these worlds to determine if they should leave the biosphere or allow them to purge. We attempted to rival God. But we realized very quickly that the divine gods that clerics and paladins follow are children compared to what attacked us. There are elemental forces that exist beyond titans and gods. And of these forces known as the many, there are forces beyond them that exist. They were not all too happy with what we were doing. These forces exist to assert not equilibrium, but correctness in the universe. We attempted to be God. All of us. We mocked them, the creators. The first two creators. The gods that made everything happen. At this point, they're not even gods. They just are. Of course, like with many cataclysmic apocalyptic events, not everyone in our world was taken. Some of our peoples escaped. A clan escaped to other planes with magical means to hide away from the catastrophe. I know not where they are, only that Open Pool is who runs them. He was their leader. He called them his Red Wizards. I know not what happened to them. But this is the first time you have made it out of the biosphere. And other than being Xerix and Pandemus, and your other allies, Ronald and Creel, there is one difference that's happened. You all adopted and adapted. This is the first time this has happened. I can tell your body has been adapted to allow changes. And Xerix's psionic powers have grown far beyond what his predecessors were in the original dreams.
What do you think that is?
Possibly.
About this time?
The whole point of the dreamer space that we all went into was to attempt to keep recycling us, but some of us inside the dreamer space retained our memories of the outside and attempted to corrupt the dream from inside, sending sporadic power throughout the dreamer connections, attempting to awake anyone, teach a change to flux the dreams, attempting anything. Those changes must have finally solidified, and it was enough to break you out. I cannot tell you if you're the first one to escape. I can only tell you that you currently have escaped the dream. This is the realm known as the Far Realm, separated by God and man, devil and imp.
Is Nyx new? Has anything like that happened?
I mean, there was always the capability of the creation ones to be able to create things and bring them in to reality. Nyx, what you have created, he is new, as before you did not always tamper with him as much. And honestly, you never made it this far. Your dead zone was in the sanctuary. Something must have finally broke through, adapted you, changed Xerix, and the mess must have finally been changed as well. This was your 11th cycle.
Oh, this is on speakerphone mode, by the way, too.
Oh boy. You can't speakerphone to me, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. If you let me know what's happening, I'll key in.
Yeah, I'll just kind of point at the ruby at the beginning of everything.
I'll resist the urge to immediately stab you.
Yeah.
Well, not you, but the ruby that just happens to be in you.
I see you found your personal bodyguard. I'm glad this has been returned to you.
Personal bodyguard?
Bruce. General Tulak.
Yo.
He's not my bodyguard. He's not. He just showed up and.
To this version of you, he is not your bodyguard. But he was a bodyguard. You are a head scientist. You aren't very famous, but each head scientist had a bodyguard. You were protected.
Who was a head scientist? I was?
Yes, Elben. That's why you retain your wizarding powers. Can you remember when you were taught how to be a wizard? The dream doesn't make it very clear. It just assumes you know them. Think back. You Or a farmer's child. Or living on a comet. Who taught a farmer's child magic? You found some books and read them? Honestly, Elben.
I'm pretty smart. That could have happened.
Yes, you are very smart. But Elben, even the smartest of us can't learn some of half the magic you learned. The crystal that was adapting you, that was taking my place, as I have always been inside of the chest while you were dreaming, but I couldn't break through the slumber, other than echoes and voices of my own, would eventually be contaminated as the dream did not want you to wake up. So it changed my narrative to be more which is why in the end you ended up fighting. And the version of the crystal you ended up fighting was a creature that was made from your very own fear. That creature is one of the 4 creatures that were sent to us that wiped out our cities and pulled us into the far realm.
Since we've destroyed that one, does that is that
You destroyed the dream. You destroyed the dream version of him. A nightmare, if you would. But you're retaining some of the powers of the creationist. So that may also be another bonus.
Well, I mean, I can kind of transform into a somewhat semblance of the dreamer. I have its blood, and I have...
The dreamer does not have a form. You're just making that from your mind's eye. The dreamer's form is omnipotent at its full core, and is the purest thing we got to a god without sentience. Condensed magic.
Valzir, this is a whole lot to throw on my plate.
Though, this won't be much easier either. Our effect, the reason we are here, it has not had food in a while, and it will be hunting soon. Especially now that there are people awake, as it could not break into the dreamer's biospheres.
What is it?
It is our created dragon.
Isn't that what we need to destroy?
Destroying it is an option. Or you can follow through with our original plan, with what we wanted to do with it.
What was that?
Kill the gods.
Why would we do that?
Because we were a people that were beyond the need of godly intervention. They did not need to exist.
Kind of turn to Cleric's. Did you ever follow any gods?
You needed
my belief at this point is every god that I've ever followed was just the worm in disguise. But I did technically follow a god when I was a paladin, yes.
Tulok, I know that we've just kind of met, but
He's not there.
Huh?
He's not there.
He's sitting at his desk.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Why would we have a group of people who are I'm not understanding what this whole we keep failing, so the system keeps looping us back into this until we get it right situation is all about. Is it just either we have to decide that the gods die or we have to decide that the worm dies? Is that
The loops were a curse. When we were sent to the far realm, the dreamers, the creationists, malfunctioned. They did their last protocol that they were designed to do, which is protect the living people of our cities. They put everyone in a stasis dream, not able to wake up until they complete their dream or nightmare fully, until the world around them was safe. Under one. The latter was never going to happen. So the only way you can break out of a dream is by realizing it was a dream and ending it. That has never happened for you. That is why those people that were awake over the years of many loops attempted to send out messages, send out power, magic throughout the connections of dreams, hoping to wake up someone, to let them know that you're dreaming. And either one of those finally took effect within you, or you finally evolved enough from a dream or a nightmare to eventually retain sentience within a dream. That's for the effect, the thing that was brought here with us. It was never a decision whether we kill the gods or not. That's what we were going to do. The gods had overstayed their welcome, telling us what to do it. They were being bullies to us, requiring us to do daily activities for them, scolding us for our magic and our technology and our prowess. See, spawned a god. You think of that. Gods being jealous of humanity because of our magic and technology. So for just a moment, the gods opened not the divine gate, something worse. They pierced the weave. They let something out that sent us to the far realm and mutated our creature that we had created, and in doing so, became our effect. The thing keeping us dreaming because the world would never be safe that we are currently in, and keeping the loop going. Those people that were awake were strong enough to send messages or attempt to mess with dreams, but they were never able to kill the creature that's out here. They joined it rather than kill it. They joined it because eventually, hopefully, the creature is released. There's only one person that can release that creature. It is their oracle, guess whether you look at him as an ally or as a villain, was a champion sent by a god to poison our attempts to kill the worm, poison and disease our cities. I'll leave that up to you if you still look at him as an ally. Do you have any other questions that I may attempt to answer more directly? Or that's all I have.
Yeah, I don't have anything else, I guess. Do you guys have any questions?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. I also just got back.
A lot to process.
Well, the whole thing is even more convoluted than what we thought.
No shit.
It's deeper than deep.
Welcome to the Far Realm, boys.
Tulak, I guess in some way, shape, or form, we've worked together before because we're all in these loops, and we are going to endlessly be in these loops unless we either kill the worm that walks or kill all the gods.
So how have we worked together before?
When we fail, which it sounds like we've failed 5 other times because this is our 6th loop of being thrown back into this mess. Every time we fail, we get reset. But this time, apparently we've made it farther than we ever have.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess maybe we make it all the way this time.
I mean, that's not just up to me. If I was gonna ask if you want to roll with us, seeing as how we're a guy down, as everybody else is cool with it.
Sure.
I mean, Valzir seems to know him in some capacity.
Shooting now the amulet of safety, Creel.
Are we killing the fucking worm?
Well, here's what it is.
That's my only goal right now.
You popped out of the amulet in the worst time ever because you could have just had all the exposition. So here it goes again.
So we go back in the amulet, or am I just?
You're
No,
fine.
you stay right where you are. If I'm understanding right, we've done this 5 other times. We've never made it this far. We're finally actually, truthfully standing in the far realms, right? We're no longer under the influence. Valzir, Mr. Ruby, is still here and has been.
Isn't he bad?
In my chest, and I think he's a good guy. He's given me a lot more information in this one sitting. I need to do an insight check on him. I'm gonna dump all this information. We've done this 5 other times. This is the furthest we've ever been. We're actually standing in. We've pretty much come to the impasse of either we have to choose to destroy the worm that walks because he's bad, or whatever we've been told may or may not even be true. Valzir may not even be telling us the whole truth. We have to choose to allow the worm that will kill all the gods. Killing all the gods means nobody is meddled with anymore. Everybody can, do whatever they want, however they see fit, without intervention from the that probably has some kind of really horrible consequence on magic overall. For sure, divine magic, but also the consequence of everything from the Nine Hells and all other spaces that would probably just invade the mortal realm as soon as there were gods, keeping them in their place. But all of those ideals are riding on our shoulders, us to make decisions on.
Okay.
So if we kill the worm that walks, that essentially keeps the gods safe. Am I correct with that, Christian?
That is your best assumption, yes.
So is the other option then we work with the worm that walks and make it stronger so that it can go and kill the gods? Is that the other side of the coin?
Correct.
Yes, it is. I'll say that in character, out loud.
Okay.
Well, which one would we rather do?
So I found out shortly before Ronald's death that you can speak to the worm. Correct, Xerix?
Yes.
And what kind of vibes are you getting from?
I mean, as far as I can tell, it's the only thing that's ever been honest with me 100%. Even if its honesty is not necessarily ideal, if that makes sense.
Where does everyone stand on gods and divinity and its usefulness in the world?
I have no strong opinion left or right about gods. I don't fault somebody for following one. I'm not sure I really follow one anymore.
Pretty much the same here.
Real?
Well, I have a lot of memory issues, and I could be very easily switched, but the first thing I have in my notebook is kill the walking worm and kill the bald man. So,
who's the bald man?
I have bad memory. It's literally the first two things I have here in my notes. So
this is Cole saying you have bad memory, or Creel?
Yes.
It's technically both.
It has been a while, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, my new character
over
is
a month.
bald.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's.
Hopefully you're not that bald man. I don't know who the fuck you are, but is he the bald man?
No. No, Creel, he's not. He and Ronald had a duel to the death for the sword because the sword calls out to people. And he killed Ronald and now has his sword, and we've been discussing things and come to find out that he has worked with us before in one of these loops. And Valzir seems to trust him, so. Okay, I need to do an insight check on. Lucky.
Okay.
Yes. That's
17.
a lot better than a 5.
As you do an insight check, you are not detecting lies. And you also hear Valzir say, I understand your distrust for me. But why would I lie to my oldest friend?
Because I have so many memories of so many different things that
You need to make it to the central city, centralized city. There, you'll find all the answers and proof that I'm saying. Trust me till you make it there.
Is that proof and answers for everyone? Because I'm sure as much as I'm having a hard time with all, everyone else has to be too. I need that one more time.
Too late.
Oh!
You hear him say,
It was just a joke.
I don't know what they'll find, but I know you as a scientist may find something so you can believe. And I don't personally care if the rest do. You're the one I care.
Sure, but if we're going to do whatever it is we decide to do,
I'm not asking you to turn on anything or to activate a spell. Just make it to the city. And you will find your old workshop, hopefully, if it's still standing. Proof that you lived there. That this is real.
I mean, even if I do believe it, there also needs to be some hope for the rest of these people.
And
for them also existing in this space where they don't have a voice that literally lives inside their head telling them what's wrong and what's right and what is and what isn't and what has been. And
there's a device. There's a device in the city. Use it to kill the worm if you want, or control.
Okay. And is that why the power needs to come on?
I never said anything about power being.
Did I know
That's
that?
not character knowledge for you.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know. It might, but I don't know. Been with you.
But you've apparently been there as well.
I was there as it was falling. I put my consciousness into the stone and I found its way to you because I needed to protect.
Okay, where is this city?
Sure, you can find it. We're on a very high vantage point. I don't know the exact coordinates. I've been with you. We've all been displaced through this entire realm, and beyond the creatures that were already habiting this plane, I know not what else is out here.
Okay.
There may be worse things out here than...
Speakerphone mode was still on, so I'm just going to address everybody and say, I guess there's a city out here in the waste land part of whatever the fucked up plane we're on. And he said there's a machine in the city that can kill or control the worm. He said when we go there, there's answers. You guys all heard it.
Okay. I mean, we don't really have any other directive besides hop back into Dreamland, so.
Yeah. guess I'll wander over and see if I can see what he's talking about.
I will take to the skies. If we're already high up, and see if I can see anything.
As you begin to fly up, make me a perception check, Xerix.
Looking at the worm.
Dirty 20.
You begin to look around. Screeching. You look, and you see these like flesh-like bats flying toward you.
That's terrifying.
As they get closer and closer to you, yeah, I'm gonna need everyone to roll initiative. As you are being attacked by not bats, something else. They just resemble bats.
Firm.
Hold on a second.
Dreamer sperm.
Am I well rested, or am I just?
You're well rested. Okay. And then let me do this. Boop.
Hey, are you able to maybe drag and drop Ronald that sword into Tulok's stuff?
Are you not able to find it?
Would I be able to search it up?
Yeah. It's just search Razorheart and it.
Sorry. You need an initiative roll.
Yeah. Search Razorheart and Ronald had the awakened version.
Since we're up in the air,
Alright,
I'm
cool.
gonna walk you there.
Okay. Go.
It's not any better, unfortunately. I might get clapped with your voice.
No, I'm gonna pull. I know you're flying, but I'm gonna move you, Xerix, away from the party to like signify that you're up in the air away from them.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I moved you to like right there. That looks good. There's that, and then everyone's sort of there. You hear these creatures screech, and you see a couple of them fly downward, slightly smaller, than the rest of them. But here, I'm gonna unfreeze the map in a second. Let me just attach this.
Throw Elben up there to help you, okay?
Please do.
Hey, Christian.
Mm-hmm.
The sword is not adding the +1 to hit.
Did you attune to it?
Oh, maybe that might be my issue.
Yeah, I have to scroll. After you equip it, you have to scroll all the way down to attune to it.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So you see these like gray and blue like skin bat-like creatures fly straight down towards your party, and you see three bigger ones that have like you see three bigger green ones that kind of surround you, Xerix, and you hear them force their way into your mind and say, "Food." These things, psionic abilities, even with your upgrades, feel strong. Fucking strong.
Notice how he said force. I am actively working to keep things out, so that's actually pretty scary. I didn't even get to roll for that. They just won.
Yeah.
But here, this is what you guys see. The blue ones surround you guys, and the green ones are around Xerix.
I still have no map.
I know, it's not loaded yet. I put it in the Discord. Real quick. Resume.
He's the map. He's the map.
Wait. But yeah. Let me go ahead and do this, though, because I did ask for that. Okay. Making sure I got everyone's initiative. So Elben got a 17. Xerix. Sorry, my bad. Xerix got a 12, 11.
Oh yeah, 12.
12.
I used the lucky, I forgot.
Tulok got an 11. Elben got a 16, my bad.
Hold on a minute. I have an advantage. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Yep, nope.
Okay.
It's 11.
All right. And then Creel got a 13. Perfect. Nixfidid is going to go after you, Q, just so we can keep that in order. So I'm just going to put him directly after you.
Yeah.
And then let me split these guys and let me split these guys. Starting. So at the top of the round, we have Cloakers A. They're going to fly around screaming at you all, but not out loud. It's in your head. All right. There we go. So Cloaker A is going to fly down toward Tulok, and I need to see. Does a 14 hit Tulok?
Nope.
Okay. 23.
That hits.
All right, so that is 9 points of psychic damage, and then I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
17.
Okay, so you take half of this, so you take 6 psychic damage, and are not stunned.
Well, I am not feeling too kind.
This one's gonna fly over to Nixfidid. If you want to check your extras, Elben, you should see Nixfidid stat block. I don't know if it updated, but hopefully it did. If not, then I'll add him again. A natural 20 on Nixfidid.
Let me see if I have silvery barbs.
Okay.
I know it's too late, but also next time when we roll initiative, everybody gets +3.
Ooh.
It's within 10 foot of me.
That's only for saves.
No, that's +2 for saves. This is for initiative. It's +3.
Gives you the +3. Oh, is it a different aura?
Aura of Sentinel.
That's what it is. You're level 7.
I don't have silver screen. Crazy that I'm doing that. Okay.
Okay. So let me roll this. So that is. Go.
What the fuck?
There we go.
Xerix, how many hit points do you have?
I'm full.
Yeah, but like, what's your total?
Less than 90.
All right. So that is 29 points. To Nixfidid.
Guess how many Nixfidid has?
150.
178.
Rise.
He is our tank.
That's my boy.
My boy.
If I still have Mr. Ruby, then there might not be a lot of shit that I can.
Okay.
And still some shit that I can't.
So that is 29 psychic damage to Nixfidid. I'm gonna attack him again. 9 misses. Just so you're aware, Nixfidid does take half damage to psychic. It may not list that, so he actually only takes 14. So heal back 14 if you took the full 29. Cloaker C is going to fly over to Creel. And Cloaker C is going to do Psychic Scream. I need Creel to do an intelligence saving throw. Natural 20. Perfect. So you will only take half this damage, and you are not stunned. Creel, do you resist psychic damage at all?
Would lie to you or want me to check?
I mean, I would like you to check, but no, you don't. Okay. So, Creel, you take half of 42 psychic damage. Go. He gonna fly in toward Elben. Hooker D is going to attempt to attack Elben. 22 to hit.
It hits.
15 psychic damage. 9 to hit. That's a miss. Okay. Up next is Cloaker E. Flying over to Tulok. That's a 10 that misses. 15 that misses. Okay. Time for my Cloaker mutate to attack Xerix. It's going to screech over as it comes into Xerix's range, and it's going to psionic moan. It's going to let out a moan of psionic energy toward you, Xerix. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
12.
So you take 11, which I believe you're resistant to psychic, so you take 5 psychic damage.
Okay.
And you see these creatures sort of like hovering around it, and it is going to attack you. That's a 27 to hit on the first one.
That hits.
Go. That is 25 points of bludgeoning damage as it swipes into you.
I will roll 2d10 and add my charisma modifier to it and reduce the damage by that much.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
My reaction. That will reduce it by 22.
Okay. You take 3.
I take 3.
Okay, I'm going to attack you again. A 13, I believe, misses you.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Up next is Elben.
You know what it is.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, not gonna be able to do that. Alright, I'm gonna attack Cloaker A. With a Vampiric Touch. This is a 16 hit.
Let me see. Yes.
Have you ever seen Jujutsu Kaisen Q?
Oh yeah.
Whenever somebody vampire touches, I like to imagine just a little soup in a mouth with vampire fangs in the palm of their hand.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. And what damage type is that?
Necrotic.
Okay.
Unless
Yeah.
you can paint it.
Nope, it's necrotic.
It takes half.
Okay.
Here we go.
That's all I got.
Understood. No bonus action?
No.
Okay. Nixfidid. What do you want Nixfidid to do? And I have what the spells do that are on there that may or may not have actual spells.
Okay. What the hell is Blood Lash Bolt?
Hurls a crimson tendril of raw blood magic at a creature within 60 feet. Make a ranged spell attack. It has 1d10 necrotic damage. 1d10 necrotic damage, and the target must succeed a strength save or be pulled 5 feet toward him.
Okay, what is Blood Boil?
Chooses one creature he sees within 60 feet. Target must make a Constitution saving throw against his spell save DC. On a fail, the target takes 8d8 necrotic damage and is incapacitated until the start of its next turn.
Necrotic damage?
Yes.
Good night.
Sorry, you put blood into him.
Living Blood.
Yeah.
Sanguine Nova. What damage type does that do?
It does 6d10 necrotic damage. You do hear him say, "Father, I can do any spell that you can do as well."
What? What's his highest level?
I believe right now only second. Or sorry, yeah, second level is his highest right now. So any second level spell that you have, he can.
Oh man. He's gonna hit it with a Veins of the Inferno then.
Let's see. Veins of the Inferno. Understood.
Oh, never mind. That's not a damaging spell. It just adds.
He has a physical attack too. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna have to attack
Okay.
with his fisticuffs.
All right. Here we go. So you can do 2 Rend Wings or 1 Mind Needle attack. It's your choice which one you want to do. Or you can do the Sanguine Spray or the Arcane Chitin. Oh, sorry, that's a reaction. I need to move that. It needs to go in reactions.
Where are his physical attacks at?
When you're looking at his character sheet, and you scroll down past all the spells, it's under actions. So scroll down past Glyph Detonation, and you'll see it. It's where...
Okay.
Yep.
He's going to do Rend Wing.
Okay. He gets to do 2 of those per turn. So you're going to roll a d20 and add 8.
Okay. And
That hits.
19.
That hits.
We'll just do them both on the one that's right up on his business.
Understood. Go right ahead.
2d8 plus 5. And then 2d6. So that would be 17 damage.
Okay.
And I think that's all he could do as well.
Did you roll twice? Because you hit both times.
Oh, yeah. 2d8 plus 5, and then 2d6. So 2d8 and 2d6 plus 5. Holy. That
There we
was
go.
2 6s.
All right.
So 29 more.
Gotcha. Yeah, he brought this thing to bleeding.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
That's him.
All right. Up next is Creel.
Hola. To the one in front of Elben, that's one that's bleeding.
The one in front of Nixfidid, right here.
Ooh, let's get that one then. $23.
23 hits.
13.
All right. There we go. Okay. You gonna do anything else? Their attack?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
28.
That hits.
16. And if it's not dead, I'm probably going to do something else. What's it called?
It is not dead. It's taking half damage from your necrotic damage also.
That's fine. What's that paladin thing again?
Divine Smite?
Yeah. To that spells.
Yeah, it would be. It's a bonus action now. You can upcast it to 2nd level, so it can deal 3d8.
Let's do first.
It'll be 2d8. Okay.
That was one off 2.
It was 7. You're fine. As you blast this thing with your divine smite, see it look at you as it takes the impact from your radiant damage. It looks like it dealt no damage.
Very nice.
Okay. Is that it?
Did you say radiant damage?
Yes.
Damn.
Okay. Cloaker F is going to fly over to here, and it is going to screech out at... Yeah, it's going to screech out Nixfidid because it hurt its ally, so I need Nixfidid to make me an intelligence saving throw, please.
Intelligence saving throw.
Yes.
But a natural 1.
Understood. So it's going to take full damage, and Nixfidid is stunned till the end of his next turn.
Okay.
He takes 43 psychic damage, which he is resistant to, so he only takes half.
We're literally fucked. They resist or outright don't take damage from everything I do, so I'm going to be quite useless to you guys.
Yeah.
This fight.
Well, you're probably dead over there.
Oh no, I'm not dead. I assure you that.
Okay. Up next is going to be Tulok's Shadow Ronald. What is Shadow Ronald doing? You're fine. He's in your extras on your character sheet.
Yeah. Yes, I found him.
That's good. He has some cool abilities.
Well, I'm gonna have him rage.
Understood. He begins his Shadow Rage.
probably, what is it? D. Is D the one that's almost dead? Or is bloodied?
It was B, the one in front of Nixfid.
Okay, well, he'll attack A then.
Understood.
Find a shadow can't even attack again.
You're fine. It's just under, yeah, it's just under the light sensitivity.
Okay. Does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Oh, this is gonna be slightly low.
If you do the roll 20 that Q has downloaded, if you want to add that attachment, it'll let you roll even if I don't have it set up on D. Let it roll, because D&D Beyond's really finicky about letting me set up rolling commands within homebrewed monsters.
It's not as much that as like if I click on anywhere outside of his page, it closes it.
You can lock it. If you go, if you're looking at it on a browser,
See ya.
yeah,
There we go.
there you go. You can lock it.
I am. That is much nicer now. So 6 plus 4, that's 10, and so that's 10 regular and 1 necrotic.
All right, and they take the one necrotic because they're only resistant. So yep.
Oh, actually, I get to do another d6 because he naturally gets a d6 of necrotic. So that's 6 necrotic.
Go. I do take half damage to necrotic, so it's on. But that's good.
Yeah.
Go. He has a second attack.
Oh, that was damn near a crit. I imagine that definitely hits.
It does, yes.
So 5 slashing.
So that's plus 12
Wow.
automatically.
And then 11 necrotic.
All right, so that's 12 plus 5 plus 11. Then your bonus from your cane is 4. So Ronald dealt 44 points of damage.
Yeah, damn.
Why'd he get the extra 12?
Crit. Oh, sorry, it wasn't a crit. My bad. You got a 19.
No,
19.
That's why I said he damn near crit.
Yeah, I heard crit. There we go. There we go. Oh. Okay.
That would have been nasty to have him crit.
Would have. Would you like him to move anywhere?
Nope, homie just posted up.
All right. Cloaker G is going to swoop down toward Nymphidid and is going to attack Nymphidid. Advantage because that's a 20 to hit. That is 15 psychic damage, which is by half. Takes 7. That's a natural 20. Alright, so that's 39 points of psychic damage, reduced 19 because of his resistance. Up next is Xerix.
How high up are we?
Since you kind of flew up, I was gonna say you were like,
Sure. And am I like off to the side like this? Am I directly above them? Is this just for clarity?
I would say you probably just flew straight up. So you're probably just directly above them, and then these things swarmed you. That's what I'm feeling.
Alright. try and hit the one that's kind of like on top of me.
Okay.
Does a 21 hit him?
As you go to hit him, I need you to roll again. Another attack roll.
27.
You strike through one of its illusionary aspects that it spawned, and you do end up hitting him. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. That'll be 17 piercing.
Okay.
And 11 psychic.
Okay.
And I will also expend a 3rd level pack slot to do 4d8 force damage.
Okay.
And give this man that is 40 feet in the air the prone condition.
Immune to prone.
Okay.
Nerd.
That's my turn. Convenient.
You have a second attack.
That's my turn.
Okay. All right. This one is just a clone. 2 luck.
Alright. Well, smack A. No rage. 19 hits, I imagine. $17 slashing.
Okay.
Yeah. Go again. 25 to hit.
Yep.
It's 14 damage.
Okay.
And then I do believe I do second wind.
Okay.
Hey, damn near max. And I do believe that is all that I can do right now.
Go. All right. Cloaker A is going to strike at the shadow. 9 misses. 14 misses, I'm pretty sure, on your shadow.
Yeah.
That goes B. Barbarian resistances are a bitch. B is going to attack Nifidid, who's 23 to hit. This is 11 psychic damage reduced to 5. 6. That's another nat 20.
Jesus.
That's only 20 psychic damage to Nifidid after resistance. C is going to attempt to attack Creel. 11 misses. 8 misses. Not having luck. D is going to strike at the shadow. because it pictures it a bigger threat than Elben. 24 to hit. So that's 14 reduced to 7. His rage. Does 16 hit your shadow?
No.
Okay. Load. Y'all are on. That's all you can do. Up next will be E. E is going to attack Tulok. Or attempt to. 24 to hit.
Hits.
17 psychic damage.
These boys be rolling.
A little bit.
Like 4 nat 20s this fight too, right? These guys are out for blood. Your sword's about to betray you for some cloakers, bro.
And then does a
Maybe.
13 hit you?
Right. Flying around.
13
with it
doesn't
in
hit
his
you.
mouth.
13 doesn't hit
No.
you. All right. Up next is my mutated
Don't
cloaker.
give this dude any ideas.
My mutated cloaker is going to look at Xerix and say, "In your mind, you cast spells. So do we." And it's going to summon around Xerix. As the sound of slapping tentacles begin to sort of appear around Xerix, as it does Evard's black tentacles up in the air with you.
You're about to be part of a hentai movie.
No shit.
I'm gonna center it on you. Xerix, I need you to please make me. Let me get it right. Having such problem finding my spell, unless I named it wrong. Sorry. Search. There we go. Okay. Immediately I need Xerix to make me a strength save, please. Okay, you are not restrained, and you do take half of this damage. I'm about to roll as bludgeoning. So you take half of 9, so you only take 5 points of bludgeoning. Or 4 points of bludgeoning, my bad. And unless you have Devil's Sight, I don't know if you do, I can't remember, or like True Sight to see through magic, you are blinded, because it is... it spawns a darkness aura around this tentacle.
Gotcha.
And by the way, this tentacle is shooting up from the ground 40 feet up in the air. Hey. Elben. Your turn. There, Q. There we go.
BRB.
I think he BRB'd. Yeah.
I will BRB.
No worries. Up next, I'm gonna do Nyxfadid. Nyxfadid cannot do anything, so it'll go Creel. Creel, what you doing?
Hitting B.
Go ahead.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
17.
17.
Dead yet?
No.
18 hit.
Yes.
14.
Yeah. This one heals over and does die.
Very nice. Are these aberrations? What are they?
They are aberrations.
I'm gonna do Guardian's Trumpet for
Okay.
a bonus action.
Okay.
Obviously I make a trumpet, all allies, then 10 feet, get temporary hit points equal to my charisma modifier, which is just 2. In addition, any aberrations, blah blah blah, in range, must make a wisdom saving throw of D of 8 plus proficiency plus charisma, or be frightened.
Sure.
Proficiency is. Okay. Oh, I see. Was not high. You gotta beat only a 13, it looks like. Oh, wisdom. We're within 10 foot, yeah. Yeah. They're frightened until the end of my next turn.
Which two is it?
I bow out. What's up, Pam? Another one. 21. Seven total, or half a 7? Okay.
Alright, well, he's gonna smack D. Exactly.
Got him!
God damn it. I will get used to this eventually. $18 plus whatever, I think it hits regardless. Alright. 9 slashing. 7 necrotic. 16 plus 7. Okay. First 2d6. That's 4 slashing. And then 6 necrotic. Oh shit, yeah, so add 8 slashing to all of that. Yeah.
I'm blinded, right? I have a 60-foot cone.
I mean, that's pretty much better than Devil's Sight.
Prestige. I think it's strength. Yeah, strength 2. Alright. Half then, I believe. Force damage, if that is relevant. That's it. We'll just try and smack him a couple times. This next one is psychic. If that's, I know that's pertinent. I can't remember if it was pointless or resisted. And I'll go ahead and burn my other 3rd level pack slot. For I know it can't be prone, but it can take 16 more damage. Uh, 19.
Did it take fall damage?
Yeah.
No.
19. That is it. That is actually it this time.
Book ready is going to get smacked. No, I'll go ahead and look you up. It's somewhere in here. There we go. Yeah. 9. A. Then bonus action, I'll hit with the other side.
Is it getting disadvantage too, or no? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
18 damage. Yep. Yeah. $13 more damage. Okay. Oh, I think I also forgot something as well, but I'm supposed to be adding, I think, my proficiency bonus to each one of my damage rolls with one of the feats. Yeah.
No. Yes.
Meets it, beats it. Was that his lowest on the disadvantage? That's a nat 20.
Nice, dude. Good shit.
Lucky.
That's 19. See, my bald head is so smooth, it just bounces right back off. Mr. Clean would be proud.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm on my phone.
You came back
Jack
in the
with it
best
on my
joke.
computer. Hold on, I'm gonna try to get back on the computer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, just crazy style, dude.
Sure.
Can you hear me here?
Okay, I'm going to firebolt twice. Let's do Cloaker D. And then if it's not dead, it'll be Cloaker D again. It's a 24 hit. 17.
Okay.
Is it dead?
No.
Okay. Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
10.
Not dead.
Okay.
Creel.
Yep.
It is your turn. What are you doing?
Let's hit D.
Okay.
$22.
That hits.
10.
Okay. Got you.
Oh, 15.
Hmm?
16.
Okay.
Then do another trumpet, so everybody gets another additional +2 temporary hit points, and then they gotta make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Come on, load for me. There we go. Okay, let me roll for these three real quick. Save. What's a 7? That one fails. That one fails. And that one succeeds. This boy succeeds. These two fail. Okay. Is that your turn?
Did it?
Okay. Cloaker F is going to... Yeah. He sees what's happening. He's going to fly off as fast as he can.
Coward, dude.
Alright.
Poker at that?
He was right here.
Opportunity attack.
Hold on. He is 25 feet away from Tulok and 18 feet away from Ronald.
My opportunity attack is a psychic one. I'll just flip them off.
Okay. He's going to fly off. He's going to bonus action dash as well. He's going to go as fast as he can. Go. You guys can attempt to follow him or perceive him on your turns. Ronald's turn.
Original. Dirty 20.
Okay. That hit. Which one are you trying to hit? E or C? Or G?
Why can't I move? There we go. We're gonna smack this one.
Okay.
See.
Roll the damage. I love it.
So 12 slashing,
Mm-hmm.
6 necrotic.
Hmm. Okay. Second attack.
16.
16 just hits.
Slashing
Mm-hmm.
and 6 necrotic.
Yeah. Okay. Go. If that's Ronald's turn, it's going to be Cloaker G. Cloaker G is going to see this, and yeah, he's going to Psychic Whale. Can I please have Nixfidid, Elben, Tulok, Priel, and Ronald all make me intelligence saving throws?
I think everybody gets +2.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be another lucky.
17.
17?
26.
26. That was a wisdom save. I said intelligence save.
No, not 26.
So 14.
14.
Me.
5.
Okay, 5.
That's a little better.
And then Elben and Ronald, or Elben and Tulok, you guys can roll for Nixfidid and Ronald and tell me what they get.
Ronald will get 9.
Ronald got a 9.
28.
28. Nixfidid saves. Elben saves by 1. Anyone that got under a 16 does not save.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you had it, Cole.
I don't know what happened, but you're good.
Well, to be fair, the first time he rolled it, he was a wisdom save, and I told intelligence. So you guys take 27 psychic damage for those that failed, and for those that failed, they do get stunned until the end of their next turn. And for those that succeeded, only take half damage. Nixfidid takes half of a half. 13, divided by 2 again. Nixfidid takes 6 points of damage. Go. And then Xerix, it's your turn.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I got something that says I can add 1d10 to a failed. Oh, that's ability check, not saving throw. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Xerix, it's your
Oh.
turn. Yeah?
I'm knocked down.
Okay. Boy has been playing with lines all game, and he finally gets to do it.
Hamehameha.
Yeah. Dex save, please.
All right. Natural 20 for a 22 on one. 8 on one. 9 on the other. So this guy's the only one that saves.
I'm gonna use my 1/4 level spell slot
Okay.
and upflash this.
Okay.
It's struggling because it was too many dice and they're stuck in a pile in the corner of my screen. Ever happened to you? Not a great roll, honestly. 29 lightning damage.
110 lightning damage. These guys fail. Boom. This one dies. This takes half. Oh.
That's it.
Alrighty. Top of the round. Or sorry, Tulok is down. Tulok, I need you to make me a death save, please. That's one fail. Okay, up next is going to be my Cloaker E. Has disadvantage because of the fear. But it has no one. Cloaker E is going to run. Because of fear. Go. Go. Elben, it is your turn. What you doing?
I am going to
We're slowly fading into darkness.
I'm going to attempt to just blast this thing off the face of the planet now.
Okay.
Now that everybody's out of the way. Fireball!
Deck save. You hear in your head, Elben, "Father, shall I help you?"
Sure.
All right. He's going to use his highest level spell slot, which is going to be a second level that he has access to, and he's going to try to enhance your casting. Go ahead and roll me 4d6. Or sorry, you rolled 96, so roll me 5d6 as psychic damage. Okay. 7. And then half of that. Yeah, that was a psychic fireball.
Fucking clapped him up, dude.
Okay. Up next, unless you're doing a bonus action, it's Nyxvidid, and this thing is up, but it's bleeding heavily. Nyxvidid turns to his father and said, "Shall I rip its head off like other insectoids?"
I mean, you do you, Omi.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the attack, see if he hits.
Let's go for a 26.
That hits.
Um, 2d8
Mm-hmm.
plus 2d6 plus 5. 26 damage.
Nice.
Yeah, how would you like this how would you like your son to kill this thing?
I mean, young man's just asked to decapitate it. I'd say he gets his wish.
Okay. Yeah, he rips through it and devours it. For all intents and purposes, initiative is over. Oh, I know. I saw that, Skags. I know. There's a couple abilities I gotta do. Here. But you land finally, Xerix, and initiative is over. And there are leftover creatures.
Those guys are dicks.
And they just attacked just because he flew up, right?
Yep.
That was our indication, anyway.
Anyone want to harvest these monsters or move on? Free to do whatever.
Um,
I'm not free.
yeah, I was gonna say Tulok's still down, isn't he?
Yeah, if anyone wants to get him up.
I'll go over and get Tulok up.
I'll stabilize him for sure.
Okay. Get stabilized, and you get brought to 1 HP unless you're using like a potion on him or something.
I do not.
A supreme.
Okay. 10d4 plus 20.
God
Mm-hmm.
What's that put you at? Probably pretty close to
What'd you roll? Because it didn't.
max.
It didn't. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it didn't load for me. Sorry, I didn't even know that you rolled.
Yeah. Didn't even load for me either.
700.
Yeah, just say a random number, Q. We'll see if we believe you.
Oh, are you wanting me to roll it?
Oh,
I can roll it. I
yeah.
don't care.
Go ahead and roll.
I was gonna say-
10d4.
If he's stabilized, I was just gonna give him the potion.
Well, stabilize only means he's at 0 HP. He's still unconscious until he gets hit point.
Oh.
You're fine.
Okay, so it puts me at 45,
45.
which is the highest I've been since after the battle. So
Oh yeah, I forgot your ass was already kicked before we started that.
dude, I started that battle at 23.
Good.
I also
Nice.
kind of forgot. I was like, man, how is he down already?
Yeah.
That's what I was like, man. I went through this fucking big old fight, and then now I'm in a big old fight.
Now you're gonna get flesh batted, bro.
You know, fuck those things. I'm gonna go over and fucking consume one.
You want to eat one?
No, you know what the fuck I mean.
I know what you mean, but I was just making sure you knew what you meant.
You know what you mean?
You know what you mean.
I'll fucking bend down, kneel down, touch one, fucking shadows.
Which one are you wanting to do? Are you wanting to do just a regular cloaker or one of the mutated ones?
Give me one of the mutated ones.
Okay. So your DC is 8 plus your proficiency plus your wisdom modifier. So you let me know what that number is.
It's the shadow claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a Constitution modifier.
Oh, it's Constitution? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Target makes a charisma saving throw. DC is your proficiency plus your con.
Alright, he's gotta beat 15.
Okay.
15 charisma throw.
12. I do not.
Alright. You're mine now.
You see similarly to how Ronald became, like, his body went away, you see the similar thing happens to this mutated cloaker, as it disappears. Alright, I will need to make a stat block.
So you can just claim them after you've killed them, huh?
As long as they don't beat, as long as they don't resist too much.
I see.
If I can overpower them, then yes. But there is a limit to how many of them that I can have. I got rid of the one that you've seen in the fight with Ronald to have this one since it's flying. I think that might bring some really good utility.
Flying can be quite handy.
Yeah.
My wings.
You are a proud one.
Hey man, it's just a fact. Flying helpful suck.
It really is. Until you bring a gaggle of weirdos to us.
Hey, listen, they were on the way already. Okay. They knew we were here, which is an equally concerning topic that we should discuss if we're.
Are you guys moving or staying there?
I was gonna say, should we discuss it here where everybody knows we already are? Should we be discussing this other place?
We don't know other place. I was trying to get an eye on the city when I went up.
You like to try again?
Jesus Christ, yeah.
You take up to the sky, and as you do,
mutator up with him.
All right.
Just to watch his ass.
Don't have it built yet, but I will. Okay, it's gonna fly up with
a
it.
flying thing. Oh, hey.
Okay. As this happens, give me a perception check, Xerix.
13.
Okay. You look out and you see beyond the mountain that you guys are on and descent into a valley. You see spiking through mist and cloud. You see metallic objects, almost as if like they were stabbed into the earth, and overturned. But you do see remnants of a city very far off.
I will land and relay that information.
Okay.
So is the city our
but it seems quite far. I mean, the only thing we know about on this side of the eggs.
This is what
I wouldn't be opposed to finding somewhere to maybe take a rest after this.
that's what your
that thing is gnarly as fuck.
that's what your cloaker looks like.
God damn, that sword, the shadow thing makes them fucking sick.
Fuck yeah, it does. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay. So you guys wish to head off down toward down the mountain.
I mean, I think if we can hang out up here and like take a rest, is there a way that we can just set up a camp?
You guys have bedrolls. Fire.
Maybe we can kind of go in like some of these routes. And
Oh yeah,
take
maybe
cover.
we can dip back into sanctuary.
I don't know if that's
Wait.
a good idea.
I was gonna say, isn't that where like dream place is?
I don't know how hard it's gonna be to get back out if we go in there again.
Okay.
I mean, I could totally be wrong, but I just want it to at least be known that I think it's a possibility we get stuck.
How
No,
close is
I
the
do think
actual
that.
mountainside, Christian?
The mountainside, it would literally just be this entire map. So it is however many feet from here to here, so about 525 feet.
I'm gonna go send the shadow to try and find like a cave mouth or something.
Okay.
You find 17 owl bears.
And he brings them all back.
It comes screeching back.
It comes moaning back psychically.
Ooh.
But it takes off.
Love it.
Worst echolocation noise ever.
Yeah, because it's not even a voice that you hear out loud. It's only in your head.
That's how terrified you'd be, dude. You're walking in the woods at night and you just hear ooh 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 echoing around you.
And then knowing that is a gigantic bat fuck off creature.
Yeah, I'd honestly be more scared thinking it was the normal thing that would say ooh.
Yeah.
If I was in the woods and with pitch black dark and heard that shit, I'd be like, all right, well, there's a hentai loving Wendigo after me.
All right.
You see, dude, I'm getting naked and fighting that thing. Let's go.
It does fly back to you, and it, in the best way it can, attempts to relay that there is a cave down the hill. It It is downhill. Additional 300 from the end of this map. So like the 500 plus the 300. Total feet.
Stop doing that. Oh, wait.
Alright.
I mean, if it's a cave, that's probably a good spot to rest up.
Could be a good place to start a horde.
What?
To start a horde?
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. Do you guys all wish to head there?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys walk there for some time, and eventually you make it there. Let me go ahead and do this real quick.
Don't forget, y'all got the maps now.
What maps?
They don't exist anymore, baby. They don't remember.
The snow.
They don't remember. I got bored of that. I don't give a shit. Hey, you guys walk into the mouth of this cave, right here.
17. There's some corpses in this cave.
Yep.
There's a corpse in this cave.
Nothing like your old cave corpse, bro. Bless you.
I'll ask Nyx to shadow run about this place and see. I guess not shadow, invisibly run about this place and make sure there's no freaks or geeks.
He takes a solid look and he reports back to you. Other than the dead bodies, there is no one else.
Okay. Nyx did a preliminary search and he says that there's nothing in here but us.
Dead body cave now.
Yeah. Well, us and some bodies, I guess. I guess we'll go look at the bodies. I'm gonna at least peek at them and then set up my stuff and go to bed.
Okay. You go over to the bodies. Make me an investigation check.
Finally. Natural 20.
Nice. Good shit, dude.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, Ronald. As you walk over to this first corpse, do all the lyrics. You see that each corpse has a unique mask on it. It is made of bronze, and it seems to be shaped like a distorted half screaming faces. One is fused to the skull of the wearer. When you sort of get close to it, you can almost like feel radiating off of it a similar signature as like the spell message. You see cracked obsidian tablets etched with spiraling glyphs of diagrams showing soul descent rituals and layered autonomy of the mountain's memory. You see bone-spindled instruments, strange musical tools, carved from humanoid femurs, strung with silver wire. If played, they emit a resonant sound of tones that echo throughout the cave and an unnatural vibe. And then there's this soot-stained robes that seem to be woven by volcanic spider silk, layered with ash-filled veils. One still holds a stitched patch of a forgotten crest of a flame being devoured by a crown. And then you find these glassy eye spheres. Several bodies have crystalline orbs in their eye sockets that reflect they reflect this sort of like grainy, almost like cloudy image when you look into them. You're not quite sure what they are, but they seem to also be radiating some type of like enchantment.
But none of it makes it seem like they're gonna wake up.
No, they do not look alive or undead.
Okay. Then that's something that I can investigate in the morning. It's bedtime.
Okay.
Yes, nippy nap time.
Okay. Your shadows will spoon you block. Protect you.
They can meld into the shadows. They can just do that.
Specifically, the big bat one just puts a wing around you, like a blanket.
I'm okay with that. It's cold.
You feel Ronald's hand come around in your waist.
No.
Listen, they're supposed to obey me, not try to rape me.
They're not trying to rape you. I'm not Cole.
Damn.
Sounding a whole lot like him.
Kind of are, man.
As you go to sleep, Xerix, do you immediately go to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bedtime.
As you sleep, Xerix, you stay asleep. You're pulled away to that memory that you didn't have access to before. You're standing in front of this locked door. It seems to be cracked and broken a little bit, but there's something just beyond that door. It can just make it through. Is there anything you would like to try to do?
This door is in my mind, right?
Yes.
Can I hit it?
Yeah, would you like to try to hit it? Go ahead.
Does a 32 hit my mind door?
Mm-hmm.
I want to dispel it.
Okay, as you go to dispel it, go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your spell modifier to see if you dispel it.
My modifier is 7, so
Okay.
25.
So as you go to dispel it, you see the lock break off the door, and the door begins to open. Do you open it?
Mm-hmm. We're going in.
As you step through, you stand at the door that remembers. You stand before it again. That door, not metal, not wood, not dream. It's made of forgetting. It's bound in silence. Your hand opens, not from fear, but for the memory that once you had. You do not remember building it, but remembers why it was built as you step through. Whispers curl beneath the threshold as you step through. You asked us to take the weight from you, so we did. Your breath deepens, and stars inside your blood pulse in rhythm. Your hand touches the lock, a knot of glass, glimmering with echoes, each pulse sending a vision, a golden field behind a falling sky, laughter of 1,000 different versions of you, scream of something old and ancient as it drowns in its own name. You turn the key. No, there is no key. There never was. There was only willingness. The door opens. No, it unravels. Inside the room is not a room, it is a scar. Memories fall like ash. He was the first to touch the shard. He heard the voice in the emptiness and it answered. He helped it speak, helped it move, helped it walk. And when he feared what he had done, he sealed himself away, split across the echoes. Let them carry the burden. Let them forget. But now he remembers. A voice within him says, "Welcome home, Storm's Bane. Your silence has fed us well." And beneath it, a softer line carved into the walls of his mind. Speaks through the one who opened a gate. Xerix, you do not scream, you simply step forward. And you look inside this room and you see the memory that you were keeping hidden from yourself. Yourself at a table, holding this gemstone. And when the light reflects it, you see what this gemstone is. The galactic shard. You look at it and you see the world outside the window is crumbling, falling apart. This memory, this echo of you. Now or never. Save them. I can't let them. Not because of my mistakes. You see it devour the shard.
Oh shit.
You see him convulse. And as he does, you feel his body burning, and you hear him say, "I mean, it'd be the only one. I can't." And you feel him begin to open, not doors, but tears. And you see him reach in and grab, and you see another version of you, Xerix, confused and scared, and he grabs him and shoves his fist through his chest, and he begins to merge with this other version, and he does the same with another, and another, and another, until they're all interconnected. The energy splitting between all of them in this fractured but imperfect body. And it begins to rise bigger and bigger. And you hear it say, "We are the first mortal created God. We move to protect the world. We devour because we must. We walk endlessly because the gods have shown us no other way." And you see it ascend to the sky, and you see it fighting these unseen forces that seem to blast at it at multiple different angles. And you hear it screech out and say, "You lied. All of you lied. You do not bring peace. You bring influence and control, and demand us to follow you. But when we chose not to, you brought damnation. All because we decided to follow a different path. If we truly have free will that you speak of, you will leave us alone." With that, like 4 bolts of these massive radiant lightning bolts strike down into this creature that it has become. And you see pieces of him break apart, but more get pulled in from other fractured realities. And he screams again and says, "It is not fair that the gods decide everything. The gods think they deserve everything, but we know the truth. The truth that you do not want getting out. We know you didn't create it. You didn't create anything. We know what you all are." And the memory ends.
Shit.
Elben, as you sleep,
Huh?
Elben, as you sleep, Elben, you feel strength and power returning to you, but also something else. Your throat's a little dry. Feel your stomach growl a little bit. You hear a voice in the back of your head, low and growling. "I'm hungry."
I'm ignoring it.
You will get 1 hunger. Just so you're aware. After tonight. And as you sort of ignore it, and as you sleep for the first time, or I should say, yeah, because you're half drow, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually sleep. Okay, as you sleep for the first time, without the influence of any of the dreamer or the additional dreams, your mind sort of relaxes for a second. No longer connected. And your mind's eye sort of like expands open. And you hear not the growling or Nixipid or anyone. You hear a more calmer, almost older version of you. And it says to you, "We have things we need to discuss. And I will be visiting you shortly. Dark times are ahead. And most may not survive or be telling you the truth."
Does it sound like it's waiting for a response, or did this sound more like a pre-recorded message?
It feels like a sending spell. So you can respond to it if you want.
I'm not going to.
Okay. Creel. As you rest, Creel, you begin sleep. And now, out of the influence of everything that you were under, you begin to have something coalesce. Magics that have been keeping this at bay are beginning to fade. There's light, blinding, divine light, commanding. It speaks not words, but visions. Mountains cracking, stars weeping, Emily's falling to the ground like grain under hoof. You always... A voice made of wind and fire speaking to you. "You're my chosen herd. You're my stampede. You shall trample the liars beneath the song of judgment." You believed. You heard. Believed. You saw the people bless their tusks in molten gold. You saw children chant war songs, not lullabies. You saw yourself, Creel, kneel in blood and rise to call thunder down upon a temple. You were told housed traitors. But it wasn't just a war. It was a purge. And the voice wasn't a devil. And it wasn't an angel. It was God. That's the memory that you get.
Okay.
Tuvok. Hey, Ban. I got something for you. As you're sleeping, sort of look over, and you see this, like, shadowy person that's, like, dressed in all shadows, sort of, like, off to the side of you. He doesn't resemble any of your shadows that you've ever summoned, but you recognize him as, like, this thing that you've seen multiple times while you've been here. And he just kind of is sitting on a rock looking over at you, and he kind of waves at you. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of waves at you. And he begins to act out in shadow puppets the fight that you guys did. And he begins to just sort of watch as it happened.
I'll just go over and ask him if he what's he doing in my head. I know he's seen it. He doesn't have to let me know he's seen it.
He says to you, I find you interesting. That is all.
Okay. Alright, I mean, I don't necessarily know what to do with that. I don't think that you wouldn't have called out to me if you wouldn't have found me some form of interesting.
Yes. And now you've gotten even more interesting. I know secrets about that weapon.
Are you not the sword?
The sword and I are very different. The sword calls out to you when you are awake for the hunt. I am not the sword. I will just be watching as I find you interesting. I do not interfere with things.
Okay, you said you know much about the sword.
I know many things about it.
How about you spit some knowledge then?
If I begin to spill knowledge on information that you have not obtained, is that not entertaining?
No, just speeding up the process.
What would you like to know?
How'd it come to be?
It is the tooth of the first monster.
What was the first monster?
The first monster was also the first god.
Alright, what god is it then?
It not have a name. It just has a title.
Okay. That'll suffice.
The hungry one. The endless devourer. The end of all things.
Okay. So is its ultimate goal just to continuously consume?
I know not what its goal is. It is a sentient creature. But when it existed, it wished to fight the strongest. And when none were stronger than it destroyed itself and made fragments of itself go to strong warriors to continue the fight.
So there's more things like this sword out there.
Yes, probably imbued in other powerful creatures. Probably forced out to the place that we are currently. Because the gods that currently rule outside not want these creatures getting out.
Okay. Alright, so is that what he is consuming on these creatures that he's asking? Shit, I don't know that. That was wrong.
You notice on your sword you have 2 creatures listed on them. Possibly even 3.
Yeah. What else can you tell me about the sword? Are you like a duality, like a split personality with the sword?
I have nothing in common with the sword. I am not connected to it in any way.
Okay, so you're just a trespasser in my brain, right? My mind right now.
Yes. But I did shut the door on the way in, so nothing can get in.
Well, at least that was courteous of you. So, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, continue with what all you know about the situation I'm in.
Simple. As it split itself across the worlds, its fragments became what is colloquially known as the Titans. And then as the Titans died, those fragments went to the next creature and to the next, becoming breaking down further.
Delirium.
No. Delirium is not a part of the process. It just enhances the next evolution. This creature was made to be pure destruction.
So pretty much if I get all the pieces, I make the ultimate weapon.
You could reforge the creature, that is correct. It would not recommend it, though. This creature's name is even feared by gods and titans. We wiped them all out the first time.
I'll keep it in my pocket in case some gods piss me off.
But do be careful, because once you let it out, there is no control. It'll destroy.
I don't plan to.
Some say it'll even destroy the afterlife. Undead won't even be able to.
Fair enough.
Any other questions you have?
No, not really. All of a sudden, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm good. I think I'm good.
Okay. I will just be here.
Unless there's anything you want to divulge on your own.
I have nothing to divulge. I just enjoy watching. You are interesting. I hope to see great things from you.
Fair enough.
It lets you sort of lay down, and he just kind of looks at you. His body is like wrapped in this like shadowy silk that's constantly moving, so you can't really make out his face or like his true features. But when he speaks to you, it's as if he's speaking directly like next to you, so you can hear him perfectly.
Okay. Alright, cool.
Enjoy sleep.
Will do. See ya.
As you begin to sleep, the only thing you hear him do is he just begins to sort of like lull this like little lullaby slash rhyme. And you hear him say, "Torn from the flesh of a world-ending beast, anger still lingers. It never knew peace. Rending the sky with thunderous roars, ruins were sown where the talons once tore. Ancient and vast, its hunger was fate. Savage and pure, no kingdom too great. Waking the earth with each thunderous tread, unburied instincts still speak of the dead. Even in pieces, it dreams of the red."
Okay.
And it lets you go to sleep. I'll send that little rhyme to you so you have it. There you go.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I wasn't gonna remember that at all.
All good. Hey, you all go to sleep, and as you all wake up, I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
What?
Get +2 at least.
If you were asleep within 10 feet of real.
Dude, I was cuddling Creel. What do you mean? He's warm as fuck.
That's fair. Y'all are cuddling him because he's a woolly loxodon.
I'm fucking just
18
enjoying
if
it.
I'm not close enough, 20 if I am.
Okay.
Said wisdom, right?
Yes, wisdom.
11.
11?
15.
15? Elben. What's yours?
Easy.
Fair enough. I'll roll for him just to see.
I think it's bedtime.
It is.
I'm about to be the same.
14. All right. So Elben and Tulok, you guys wake up with 1 point of exhaustion, and that's where we're gonna end.
Bitch, what? I'm going back to sleep.
What the hell?
I'm going back to sleep. Gotta try again.
Yeah.
You guys are no
Well,
longer
you go.
protected by the Dreamers,
Fantastic session, boys.
and that's where we're going to end it.
Yeah, it's great. The whole thing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you were here for the whole thing, Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
amazing.
Alright, fellas. Well, it's Betty by time.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all for watching. Have a great evening.
See you.